call council meeting number 855 to order. Councillor, I'll start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
One, attendance and apologies, nil. Item 2, leave of absence, nil. Item 3, condolences. I don't have any. Good. Nil. Mayoral Minute, councillors. Okay, the first one, councillor, register of membership and responsibility of standing committee and delegation to external organisations. Councillors, I move that the register of membership and responsibility of standing committees and delegation to external organisation be amended effectively as follows. A, that Councillor Hamill become the Deputy Chairperson of Special Budget Committee. B, that Councillor Hamill becomes the Deputy Chairperson for Local Disaster Management Group, with Councillor Gates remain as an ordinary member on this group. C, that Councillor Patterson joins Councillor Wilkinson as council representatives of the Audit and Risk Committee. D, that Mr. Leon Rebello, MP, newly elected federal member for McPherson, and Mr. Zach Revere be invited to join the World Surfing Reserve Local Stewardship Advisory Committee to fill the vacancy created by previous incumbents in their respective roles. E, that Mayor Tate becomes the alternative chair to the Mayoral Safety Suburb Forum. F, that Councillor Martin becomes a member of the Mayoral Safety Suburbs Forum, replacing Councillor Gates. Those people who mentioned, do you still want to do those things? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also, as part of the lifestyle chair, I'm also on the Safer Suburbs Forum. So if you are unavailable, I'm always happy to step in and chair that Safer Suburbs Forum if you ever need.
Sounds good. Righty, everyone else good? Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if it might be appropriate at this juncture to recognise me as the council's representative on the LAFC, the Local Area Finance Committee, which was a decision of council a couple of years ago. It's not reflected in.
But there's no change, right?
Correct, but it's not been reflected in the document at this point.
Oh, isn't it? All right, take it as read that they'll be updated.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Luke, thank you. Thank you. Righty, councillors, anyone to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Next, Mayoral Minute, Invest Gold Coast, Emerald Lakes High Performance Sport Facility. Council, I move that the CEO be authorised to liaise and negotiate with the preferred proponent and Invest Gold Coast to finalise a draft lease agreement of the Emerald Lakes High Performance Sports Facility. 2, that a report be submitted to Council by October to determine the matter. Questions? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I have a question with regards to the attached document to the Mayoral Minute that was distributed last night. I'm wondering whether that might be more appropriate enclosed.
Okay, we're moving to close. Would you like to move?
Yes, please.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming on. Councillor, anyone speaking against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. Confirmation of minutes, Councillor, of the last meeting. So move for receipt of it. Councillor Gates, seconder. Councillor Tate. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any amendments, councillors? Adoption, Councillor Gates. Adopt. Yep. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report. Okay. Mayor's report starts from the 9th of April. Gold Coast Islamic Community Centre, Councillor Tozer and Councillor Young was in attendance. Over 160 people came together for the grand opening in Arundel. This is 10 years in the making of fundraising and community effort to bring this centre to life. Congratulations to the Gold Coast Islamic Society on delivering a fantastic space that will serve and strengthen our multicultural community. Gold Coast Harmony Festival, 12th April. Councillor Patterson in attendance. Gold Coast came together to celebrate our rich cultural diversity at Broadwater Parkland Southport. The annual Harmony Festival, proudly hosted by Kushuma Indonesian Community Australia, is now in its 8th year. Next one, I had delegation on the 14th of April from Wuhan. The civic welcome marked 10 years anniversary to our letter of intent for friendly friendship agreement, and it was led by Deputy Secretary General Zhang Hu. Item 4, Green Heart, Robina Park, ribbon cutting. And Councillor Gates, Doran, Marshall, Tozer and Lacastre was in attendance. We officially opened this first stage, which includes playgrounds for all ages, a pedal park, event lawn, yoga lawn, outdoor gym, fenced dog, off-leash area and more. 400 trees and 1,700 plants has been added to grow our green canopy. I've got a short video for you.
Mary opened a new playground today. Now, the councillors said it was going to be great for the local kids, but I reckon, I was watching the vision, I reckon they just built it for themselves to have a play.
Can you drink that?
It's a nice slide. It's nice.
Oh, he loves it.
This is why councillors cannot have red cordial. Look what we've got to stop it.
Oh, there's more project on the way. Come to our playground. Stick around.
No, it's great. And I tell you what, unsolicited as for the various functions I go to, so many people's come up, not because of that video, but just to go, oh, it's wonderful. They're looking forward to next stages of the Green Heart. Next item, Kai Mason. He's only 11 years old, raised over $30,000 through Starlight Super Swim Challenge, now ranked as the second highest fundraising among 12,000 participants. Kai has swum over 20 kilometres in his effort to support 6 children across Australia. It's an honour to congratulate him in person along with his wonderful family and present a certificate recognition for his effort. Kai is a shining example of the generosity and community spirit we're so proud here on the Gold Coast. Next one out on Saturday 20th, Orthodox Easter celebration. Ruth and I attend the Easter Vesper service and luncheon at the Greek Orthodox Church at St. Anna in Bundall. Holy Pascha, or Easter, is the most sacred occasion in the Orthodox Christian calendar. I'd like to thank Father Roman Sturgios and the congregation for their warm welcome and hospitality in sharing this important spiritual celebration. Eastern United, Councillor Tozer was in attendance. More than 30 Christian churches came together as one to celebrate at Broadwater Parklands, Southport. Now it's in its 7th year. The event featured our children's activity, food trucks, live entertainment from 2 p.m, with the main service held at dusk to a crowd of around 7,000 people. With over 100 volunteers contributing across the afternoon. It was a hugely successful event, and planning's already on its way for Easter United in 2026. World Boxing announcement. The Gold Coast is getting ready to rumble with one of the biggest boxing bouts of the year set for Sunday, 8th of June. Undefeated International Boxing Federation Cruiserweight World Champion Jai Hopataya will step into the ring at Gold Coast Convention and Exhibition Centre against Italian Claudio Squeal. You will squeal, yes. The world will be watching, and the fight sets to be broadcast globally, putting our city in international spotlight. Vong Tu meeting. I met with representative of Vietnamese development company Gold Coast Holdings to discuss their $2 billion coastal city project, Gold Coast Vong Tu, a landmark development inspired by our city. I gave them a few extra ideas, which will probably be $3 billion now. Next, on 23rd April, Ambassador of Israel, His Excellency Mr. Amir Mamoun, we caught up. The ambassador dropped by for a courtesy meeting and to continue to strengthen our sister city relationship between Gold Coast and Netanya. Next one, on 24th of April, Queensland Leaders Gold Coast Connection. I delivered the keynote speaker at Bond University, Robina. Queensland Leaders, active since 2007, recently launched its Gold Coast series to foster business growth through mentoring and networking among local entrepreneurs and industrial leaders. Anzac Day, unfortunately some outdoor events was cancelled, but I managed to lay the reef of remembrance on behalf of the city at the Anzac Cenotaph in Southport. Air India, I went to India. Air India, met with the CEO Campbell Wilson. We pitched not as just a flight direct to the Gold Coast, but we pitched Southeast Queensland for India. So we agree that doesn't matter which Gold Coast airport they land to, whether there's one to the north of the city or the one in Coolangatta. They will get to Brisbane, and I wouldn't mind putting a sign there that they're nearly there. Odisha Minister of Sport, with Minister Surai to discuss how Gold Coast can play a part of Odisha's strong interest in Queensland sport. The Minister was interested in esports, legacy planning and facility use of post-games. I invite Minister to visit the Gold Coast and see our sporting infrastructure firsthand. I think they're the region that's actually going leaps and bounds in sports in India. So they've got so much infrastructure that's being built. GMR Sport, on 29th of April, I had the chance of attending Indian Premier League at Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi, match between Delhi Capitals and Kolkata Knights Riders, and was a wonderful event. The photo there that's was given to me, and so I'll be backing Delhi Capitals. And that number 56, Mitchell Stark, his number, so he's the one who arranged it and gave it to me. So got to learn how to bowl a little bit now. We did discuss, I invite him to the T20 match in November, Australia versus India. That piqued their interest, and we can continue on the dialogue on staging cricket right here on the Gold Coast. Dream Set Go is an Indian company leading luxury sports travel and experience. I met with the CEO and founder, Mr. Manoj Chand, and his team in Mumbai. The company focuses on high-end travel packages offering exclusive experience like meet and greets and one-on-one activity with sports legends. And we discussed potential Gold Coast offerings like Big Bash events, as well as linking India international schools with our sports schools. Thomas Cook, SOTC Travel, met with Miss Suzanne Pereira, Senior Vice President at Thomas Cook India and representative SOTC. Thomas Cook India employs 10,000 people and operates in 28 countries. First thing they said to me, just letting you know, Thomas Cook is an Indian company. So yeah, so it's like they do their own thing. So, and I said, no, well, of course. SOTC has a workforce of 1,200 people and operates across India. We walk the floor, and it's the next level of sales and marketing, making calls, and incredible. So we discussed about that we're updating nature-based tourism program and major events and potential cricket theme experience, all which generated strong interest. The part they're worried that that's makes it harder to come to Australia is the visa application, where other countries have streamlined theirs, that is Canada, UK. And of course, it's easier to fly straight from India direct to those destinations. So I think it's going to be part of the CEO and my advocacy to see how we can streamline the visa application with the federal government. Australian Consul General in Mumbai, Mr. Paul Murphy, we caught up. We talked about the Bollywood industry, and Consul General expressed keen interest in strengthening ties with the Gold Coast, recognising shared opportunities in production, talent exchange, and industry partnership. On 28th of April, I hand over to Councillor Hamill as Acting Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. My first official function was the Officer Training Unit Skyville reunion. It was an absolute honour, Mr. Mayor, to welcome some really interesting men from our country's military history to the Gold Coast. Mr. Mayor, Skyville was a unit created during the Vietnam War. It's the only time in our country's history where men conscripted under the National Service Scheme underwent intensive training before being dedicated to their units. Most of the men that I met on that night then went on to serve in Vietnam. This was the class of 1971's last official reunion, so a fairly big honour for them to choose the Gold Coast to do that in. Mr. Mayor, it was incredibly interesting at the event. It was very obvious that these men and their families, wives and kids that were there have formed a multi-decade-long brothership and friendship that has seen them spend a lot of time together right around the country. A lot of them are godparents to each other's kids, that kind of stuff. A really close, bonded group that all came from a very interesting time in our country's history. So it truly was an honour to welcome them to the Gold Coast, to share a beer or three with them, and to thank them for their service to our nation. Mr. Mayor, the next event was the Pacific Air Show launch. It was my absolute pleasure to join Assistant Minister for Tourism, Bree James, Queensland Airports Limited CEO Amelia Evans, and Pacific Air Show CEO Kevin Elliott to officially launch 2025 ticket sales. Following an absolute record-breaking event in 2024, the air show is back on Surfers Paradise beaches from the 15th to the 17th of August, with 3 days of high-flying aerobatics, jet displays and family-friendly entertainment along our iconic surf line. Mr. Mayor, I was pleased to report on the day that pre-sales for this year's event are up 3 times on last year. So any concerns about confidence in our beaches are not there because the tickets are rushing out the door. This year's event is expected to attract over 270,000 spectators and will feature new additions including a STEM zone, reimagined kids zone and premium hospitality options. Mr. Mayor, we then went on to the Gold Coast Film Festival on the 30th of April. It was a pleasure to join Councillor Martin, Councillor Fowler and Councillor Gates to officially open the 2025 festival at Hodder, launching the 12-day celebration of local international cinema. Now in its 24th year, the festival features an absolute packed program of red carpet galas, filmmaker Q&As, screenings, industry panels and community events. The very successful opening night included the Australian premiere of The Ballad of Wallace Island, directed by James Griffiths. The film festival absolutely champions our local talent, drives growth in our screen industry and reinforces the Gold Coast status as a powerhouse for film and creative production. We were then on to the Thursday, the 1st of May, and we were up early down in Currumbin for a live ABC interview. It was an absolute pleasure to be down there with Tom Forbes and Sarah Cummins to talk about our beach recovery, talk about the federal election, talk about ocean upgrades at Currumbin. A little bit chilly in the morning. I need a jacket next time, but great to get down there in Currumbin at that very beautiful time of the day. Mr. Mayor, again on the 1st of May, we had another major announcement for the city, the T100 announcement. I joined Sam Renoff and Ben Mannon, who are the CEOs of Professional Triathletes Organisation and Events Management Queensland, along with professional triathlete Ashley Gentle, to announce that the Gold Coast will host the T100 Triathlon World Tour in 2026. The T100 Tour is a global championship for the world's top endurance athletes, with our city joining an elite international circuit including Singapore, San Francisco and London, to name a few. Mr. Mayor, these events attract 500 million viewers around the world, one of the most watched events around the world sporting-wise. The inaugural Gold Coast event will take place on the 21st to the 22nd of March, featuring pro races and mass participation events on our iconic coastline. This is a major win for our city's sporting calendar, tourism economy and international profile, and another example of how we're setting the pace on the road to Brisbane 2032. Mr. Mayor, on the Thursday, 1st of May, we kicked off groundwater for this year with the program launch. It was wonderful to be down in Broadbeach to officially announce the first wave of artists set to perform at this year's incredible and very well-loved free music event. It's back in Broadbeach from the 17th to the 19th of October with a star-studded lineup this year, including Troy Casadale, US chart topper Jackson Dean, Brad Cox, and many more. The festival will feature stages and vibrant street activations and free performances, drawing tens of thousands of visitors to the city, filling hotel rooms and filling local cafes and restaurants. Mr. Mayor, that night, it was a pleasure to be at Movie World and as the red carpet was rolled out to celebrate the Australian Screen Excellence Awards. It was my pleasure to be joined there with Councillor LaCastra and his most beautiful wife at that event. The gala brought together filmmakers, industry leaders and rising stars to honour achievements right across a range of categories. I'm told it's the biggest attendance the event has had in quite some time, which is a true sign of the level of confidence in this industry and in our city. It was my honour to present 2 awards on the night, which was the Queensland Established Screen Business of the Year Award, which went to Chop Shop, and the Queensland Emerging Screen Business of the Year Award, which went to Imperfect Creatives. The ceremony, Mr Mayor, also included the Chevelle Award, which was presented to noted screenwriter, director and producer Robert Connolly, recognising his outstanding contribution to Australian cinema. Mr Mayor, last thing for me while you were away was to the World Surf League Championship Tour. Absolutely fantastic to be down there on Friday, 2nd of May at the relocated location, originally planned for Snapper Rocks. Obviously, the loss of some coastline forced to move around the Burleigh Heads. But within 3 weeks, the event organisers managed to move all that infrastructure that was planned for Snapper around the Burleigh Heads. And what a great situation to be in, that when one iconic break isn't available, that we can move just around the corner to another one. Mr Mayor, 100,000 fans, and I'm told that number might be a little bit under. It was probably more than 100,000 fans flocked to Burleigh for this thrilling week of events, capped off with an incredible finals day with Filet Toledo and Bedelo Sakara Johnson taking the win on the Gold Coast. This event delivered a major boost to our visitor economy, with thanks to WSL City and EGC and locals for smoothly handling the relocation from Snapper Rocks.
Thank you. Then 7th of May, Natural Tourism Grants Program. Councillor Castro, Fowler, Curtis and Doran joined me to officially launch the program at Crom Wildlife Sanctuary. The funding applications are open for grants from $1,000 to $100,000 to support local businesses developing tourist experience that celebrate our city's unique natural environment. 20% of global travellers are now seeking nature first experience. The program aimed to grow sustainable tourism by funding projects that combine environmental preservation, visitor experience, and economic growth. Then we had the emergency service safari. I joined some local first responders and young Gold Coasters to promote the free community event, which took place on Saturday at the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre. This was a chance for families to meet the frontline heroes who keep us safe during disaster, with teams from Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, Police, Ambulance, SES, Royal Fire and more. The event offers behind-the-scene access to emergency vehicles, giveaways and practical advice on how to prepare for severe weather events. Then I met with newly appointed DFAT Queensland State Director Trudy McGowan, and we spoke about strengthening the Gold Coast role in international engagement across tourism, education, investment, sport, diplomacy, trade and Pacific partnerships. Next one is the XTC Tropical Cyclone Alfred thank you event. I think Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis and Councillor Fowler were there. And we held a special event at Hodder Parklands to formally thank city staff, volunteers, partner organisations for their dedication during the disaster response. The events recognised the extraordinary teamwork and collaboration that helped protect the community and restore essential services in the wake of the cyclone. This was a chance for staff and volunteers to relax, reconnect and enjoy some live music. I was proud to thank everyone involved and show our appreciation in this depth of community spirit that makes our city so special. Gold Coast look after each other. 9th of May, Engineers Australia, Southern Regional Forum. I delivered an opening address at Southport Sharks. 80 engineering leaders were there. The theme was Engineering a Greener Future for Southern Regional Queensland. 10th of May, Surfers Paradise Surf Lifesaving Club Centenary Gala Dinner. I was honoured to attend at the Marriott to celebrate 100 years of the club service to our community. It was fun to walk down memory lanes, and some good stories were told, but the main thing is countless thousands and thousands of lives have been saved over 100 years history. So congratulations to President Chris Hale and the club on this incredible milestone. Councillor, I move that my Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second to Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. Clarification of members, nil. Business arising from the minutes, Mr. Seer. Neil. Presentation. We've got presentation by for Chris Maynard, recognition of commitment to beach safety. I go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the Chair of the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee, we look after the lifeguard team, and I'm very proud to be acknowledging our Chief Lifeguard, Chris Maynard, today. In recognition of an extraordinary career spanning over 4 decades. Geez, you don't look like you've been doing it for 41 years. We proudly honour Chief Lifeguard Chris Maynard for his outstanding service, unwavering dedication and lifelong commitment to beach safety. Since beginning this journey with City of Gold Coast Lifeguard Service in 1983, when I was 6, Chris has been a constant presence on our beautiful beaches, ensuring the safety and enjoyment of countless visitors and residents alike. From his early days as the permanent lifeguard at Surfers Paradise Beach, 1983 to 1990, to his pivotal leadership as lifeguard superintendent from 1990 to 2020, and most recently as the chief lifeguard from 2021 to 2024, Chris has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, leadership and care. Chris has spent a lifetime looking out for others on the sand and in the surf, keeping beachgoers safe and helping his fellow lifeguards grow and succeed. His leadership has shaped not only operational excellence, but also a culture of mateship and pride amongst the lifeguard team. Chris's impact extends beyond the sand and surf. His legacy is also a family tradition, with a lineage of service that includes his father-in-law, Marshall Crop, a former chief lifeguard, and his children, Jackson and Riley, continuing in his footsteps. Lifeguarding truly runs in the family DNA in the Maynard family. As Chris prepares for his well-earned retirement in June 2025, we take this opportunity to thank him for his incredible contributions. His passion, dedication and sense of community have shaped lifeguard services into what it is today. Thanks so much, Chris.
Number 10, conflict of interest declaration. Have we got some? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask you, I spoke to you earlier about a potential conflict of interest I'd like to raise. Would you like me to do it now or wait for the item?
Wait for the item on that. Anyone for outside meetings, conflict of interest? Okay, we move on. 11.1 Planning Recreation Committee. Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 855th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 29th of April 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 10, be received.
Second, Councillor Doran. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, we'll go to 6.1. I've got a declaration there. Prescribed conflict of interest. I owned property that's in question there, which is really Lot 2 of 7 Remembrance Drive. A tenant at my property has lodged an appeal against a development application refusal. It's listed in the council report, and I will leave the room and take no part in the discussion on determination of this matter. May I ask Councillor Hamill to chair the meeting?
Councillors, the Mayor has left the chamber now, so I'll go to Councillor Gates for her conflict declaration.
Thank you. I too am going to leave the room, Chairman. As mentioned at the committee meeting, under the Act I'm supposed to actually identify every potential conflict. I wanted to tell the council that I have absolutely no declarations to make about the relevant term, but due to the extent of the report that was provided, which was far more extensive than just the outcome of the appeals, I felt it was best for me to leave the room while the matter's considered.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. Can I confirm with any other councillors there's any other conflict of interest declarations on item 6.1? In that case, I'm happy to move the item and seek a seconder. Councillor Wilkinson is happy to second. I don't intend to enter debate on this one, so I'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Please note that Mayor Tate and Councillor Gates did not vote. If we could welcome the Mayor back in, thank you. And Councillor Gates as well.
Got a declaration there at 6.7, councillors. City Plan Minor and Administrative Amendment 11. Nature of declaration: my daughter is married to the director of the company, included in the City Plan Amendment. So abundant of caution. I seek, basically it's a minor change of colour or whatever it is. The name of related parties: Empire Industrial Estate and Stevens Group, and land owned by the companies is included within the proposed amended number 11 to the city plan. And the reason the amendment is minor and administrative in nature and incorporates multiple landowners. As such, the conflict is minor and remote in nature, and I leave it to you to decide whether I should stay and go. Yes.
It was my understanding that city plan amendments and the adoption of city plan is not subject to the same. It's not a. It's like it's a general. It's an ordinary business matter. Can I just double check that?
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, ordinary business matter relates to planning schemes where it affects the entirety of the local government area. In circumstances where the amendment applies to particular parts of the city, it will not be considered an ordinary business matter.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Acting General Counsel. So the city plan is segmented into lots of different decisions. So this is what you're saying is this is not an ordinary business matter. Is that your advice?
That's my view.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move that you should participate despite your conflict of interest, because the interest is minor or remote, such that a reasonable person would trust that the final decision will be made in the public interest.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Hamill. So for those who's going to have other declaration, I understand you're not to vote, but we'll vote on this one first, okay? Councillors, anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Did not vote? I didn't vote. Councillor Gates did not vote. Record that. Gates and Tates didn't vote. I'll stay in. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, it's not necessary for me to make a declaration, just that the minutes of this meeting reflect that a declarable conflict of interest declaration was made by me, the details of which are recorded in the minutes of the Planning and Regulation Committee meeting of 29th of April 2025. in relation to 6.7, and I have another one as well, where the minutes need to reflect that I made
the
my
minutes
declaration.
reflect that. Okay. All right. So we don't have to. We just reflect it, right? Okay. It's in there. So 6.7. So, Councillor Hamilton, should we deal with it?
Happy to move 6.7, Mr. Mayor.
Second, anyone? Councillor Doran. Any questions? Any speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Did you want to vote, did you? Next item.
Could deal with 6.2 separately, Mr. Mayor, to ensure that the same note applies, that Councillor D. Gates made a declarable conflict of interest declaration, the details of which are recorded in the minutes of the Planning and Regulation Committee meeting of 29th of April 2025.
So, same sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Hamill, move. Second, anyone? Councillor Tozer? Anyone speak against this item? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against, motion carried. Did not vote is Councillor Gates. Right. 6.3, Councillor Martin. Procedure motion, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a procedural matter in relation to a potential perceived conflict of interest. Mr. Mayor, as discussed with you just prior for this meeting, it came to my attention.
What items are we on now?
6.3.
Okay.
6.3, one we're on now. That the owner of the land also informed me that he's a joint venture partner with the proponent of the proposed batching plant. Mr. Mayor, there's a well-known property where you have an interest in the property in Surfers Paradise, and the owner of this land also owns the land adjoining that property in Surfers Paradise, and so it's my view that that does present a question for you as to whether or not there's a conflict of interest in this matter.
Yeah, I'll put it to acting council. This person owns an adjoining land, like my neighbour, in one of my investment, and is there a perceived conflict? Do I need to do anything there?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it's going to depend on the nature of the relationship you have with that
I have
person.
no relationship with him, I can tell you that.
So it's ultimately a matter for you to determine whether you believe that relationship would cause you to make a decision, which is, or cast a vote, which is somewhat influenced.
Yeah, no, I Councillor Durran.
The fullness of information. For council benefit, obviously I didn't seek this information, but under Local Government Act I have to raise it, so it doesn't bring me any joy. But this particular property does share a substructure, car park underneath the property that intertwines the two properties that take up this site in Surfers Paradise. And so for that reason, I feel as if there is a connection there. And also, I think, Mr. Mayor, if you would permit a hypothetical without going into details, if in fact there was also maybe a intertwined contract of sale that could be on the land, then that also brings an added complication. But the substructure in itself, in my opinion, councillors, does intertwine the two properties in somewhat by the structure, not by the relationship.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
I'm trying to understand the connection or the nexus between the property in Surfers Paradise and this property in Burleigh Heads. Could there be some clarity about that through you to Councillor Doran? Help me understand. I appreciate you own a property in Surfers Paradise, but I can't see the relationship that it has to this property.
Yeah, I don't know much about the property in Burleigh. I can say the property in Surfers, that there's the car park. He bought the portion from council next to.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that property, and I'm familiar with that. I just don't know the relationship between that entity and this Burleigh entity.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So the owner of the property that 6.3 relates to confirmed on an on-site inspection to me, and Councillor Martin was there, that he's the owner of this property in question, as well as the property in Surfers Paradise, and also is a joint venture partner in the business operation of the concrete batching plant. So the connection is they own both properties, the one that adjoins the one which the Mayor has an interest in, and also the one that's the subject of our decision here today.
So my follow-up question then is, I'm trying to understand the substantive decision today is a development application in relation to Burleigh Heads, and I'm struggling to see how the decision that we might make today might impact in any way any activity that occurs in Surfers Paradise. I can't see the nexus. So if that's the case, to me, if there isn't a nexus other than just some sort of common ownership, there's no impact, and I'm happy to move that the interest as disclosed by Councillor Doran is minor and remote and negligible.
Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's my responsibility to raise the conflict of interest. It's the council's responsibility to decide if there is one. And all I'm doing is putting forward the facts. And to Councillor Tozer, it was my opinion when I learned of all the information that this does bring about a potential interest, mutual interest in the Surfers Paradise property, and that's why I felt it was important to raise it today. Ultimately, it's a decision of council, and obviously I would like for us to make a decision and vote on the matter.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
Question, Mr. Mayor. I had a quick search and I was trying to understand, I guess, the relationship. So the Bulletin article talks about Peter Turner, who is the applicant on this application, had acquired a site from the City of Gold Coast in Surfers Paradise. But it does say the site is home to 55 parking bays, residents of Surfers Plaza. And Mr. Mayor, it does
What did it say?
The article in the Gold Coast Bulletin.
Yeah, the last sentence.
The site is home to 55 parking bays used by the residents of Surfers Plaza.
Not his site. It doesn't.
And then the article goes on to say that another 237 bays beneath the former bowling greens on land adjacent to the building are used by the Plaza residents. However, they are set to disappear under a $22 million deal set to sell the property, in which one of the sellers is Mayor Tom Tate. So just seeking if you could explain the link between the applicant, Peter Turner, in the Surfers Paradise property.
I don't think the Bulletin is the truth based fact, but I'll tell you this, that my side of it was leased to the property next door, and they are now in the process of vacating by their own terminating the lease. That's up to them. So in very short period, like a week or two, that car park will be empty. There will be no relationship to that building. On the site next door, with what I understand, they've never had any relationship with the company that acquire this lot 6. They never leased it to the body corporate. So there's no connection really to the body corporate and the owner of lot 6, which is Peter Turner. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for my clarity, there's no contract or of sale, or there's no business prospect with yourself and the neighbour Peter Turner next door on the Surfers Paradise site, who is also the applicant on this application?
They are confidential contract with a third party. I don't know what they're doing regarding the full acquisition of the other side. That's up to them. But there's a potential contract afoot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm a bit unsure. So there is a potential contract that may involve your site and Peter Turner's site next door.
Yeah, somebody is trying to put the acquisition together, but I'm happy to sell mine at a good price.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Mayor, so the only other question I'd ask then, if there is a potential contract or sale of a site that you have in Surfers Paradise, a question for you, in me being able to decide on this matter or have my vote on this matter, do you think a outcome of today's application could in any way impact the contract of sale on your Surfers Paradise site?
I don't know. I can't second guess what the other fellow wants to do, right? But look, to keep it simple, let's just I don't feel there's any linked on either way. But you know what? Just to make sure that we don't spend any OAA money and all that sort of stuff, I volunteer to leave the room. Okay? Simple as that. You don't need my vote on this. It's gonna, whatever. And I invite Councillor Hamill to come, and I will give myself the permission to leave the room.
Councillors, councillors, we'll come to order. Thank you. Because of the way that has been done, and it's by another councillor raising a conflict of interest on behalf of another councillor, there is actually a process that needs to be followed to do that properly. So we're going to adjourn for 2 minutes to allow the CEO and the acting council just to get that ready, and then we'll come back and do the official declaration of conflict that needs to occur for that matter. So the meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes. Councillors, we will recommence the meeting at 13 past 11. We are just updating the minutes to reflect that the Mayor left the room and that no procedural motion was voted on required. Councillors, for a matter of the public record, can I pose the question to everyone? Is there any councillor that wishes to raise a concern with that approach? Is everyone happy to accept that? Will be what moves forward with. Very good, thank you for that. Councillors, that takes us to the substantive item of 6.3. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to move a change recommendation, and that's consistent with the committee recommendation, but it has a strengthened refusal.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Martin, has that change recommendation been provided to Chamber support?
Yes, thank you. That's been provided
So
to Chamber support, and councillors should have a copy on their desk.
We'll take a moment to get that change recommendation up on the screen. And can I just check that all councillors did receive a hard copy of that? Mr. Moran, would you mind joining us in the chamber, please?
Yep.
Over and over.
Happy to talk about that.
Councillors, the change recommendation, as you have in hard copy in front of you, is now on the screen. Councillor Martin has moved the item and there's a second from Councillor Tozer. I have some questions on the change recommendation, so we'll start with questions and then move to debate. No, questions on the recommendation first, because it is a substantive amount more than what was in committee, and it introduces some items that weren't in the committee recommendation. So I'd like to ask questions. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. I thought we were required to move the motion and then ask the questions.
I have a mover and a seconder.
Yes. Can he speak to the meeting?
Councillor Tozer.
Did we vote?
No.
Oh.
Got a mover and a
Sorry.
seconder. So we have a live
Sorry.
motion, and I'm going to ask questions on it
Sure.
and invite other councillors too, because
I'm
there's
sorry,
a lot
I
more.
didn't realise there was a second.
Yep, no, there's a seconder. So for clarity, we have a live motion, and I'm now going to invite the opportunity for councillors to ask questions of the motion. I'll start, Councillor Wilkinson, if that's all right. So first question to Mick. In Councillor Martin's refusal, Section 6 and Section 7 and Section 8 refer to character. Councillor Martin mentions overall outcome 6.2.9.2 2B Roman numeral 2 of the low impact industry zone, which states that legible and attractive streetscapes with wide streets that provide easy site access. Could I get clarity from you? My reading of that overall outcome is that would apply to new industrial estates where new public roads are being built?
Mr. Chair, that is generally the way it's interpreted and implemented. It is also used to assess larger scale applications where there are some large road frontages and that sort of thing, but the primary intent is for that new development, new subdivision.
Right, and can I just see clarity, this application doesn't create any new public roads, so this provision in the scheme is probably not highly applicable? 6.2.92B Roman numeral 2?
Mr. Chair, I'd probably agree with your summation on that.
Right. Let me ask the second one and then I'll come to that. So, Mick, I have a second question about 6.2.9.2 2B Roman numeral 3 of the low impact industry zone, which Councillor Martin refers to in his refusal, which states that extensive landscaping where adjoining sensitive land uses and transport corridors. Could you provide me an understanding of what the sensitive land uses are in proximity to this and what consideration officers gave to the need for landscaping to that area?
Mr. Chair, so this application is for for a concrete batching plant, which is located pretty central on the site, and that existing site has some industrial uses there for screening and waste recycling and an old landfill. The officers in this assessment, to be frank, didn't give too much regard to landscaping because the concrete batching was located centrally on the site. So there's not much point landscaping around the concrete batching facility within the site. So the assumption was that the existing landscaping around the perimeter of the site was sufficient.
Councillor Martin, did you have a question in regards to your character section?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just in regards to your question around officers have provided advice around new roads and how that might not be as relevant in this situation because it's an existing site. But I would just query that there are future road alignments in this. There's future road proposals. So in my view, a question. There are still some new roads proposed in future road alignment. So would officers consider that it's still relevant given the changing road network in that space?
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned before, I think the primary intent of that condition is for new industrial subdivisions, but there is still some relevance. So I think that's the answer to both the questions, if I would leave it at that.
Is there any other question from any other councillor on the character section of the proposed refusal recommendation? Councillor Patterson?
So with that, so my understanding is that Mr Moran thinks that the 8A is not relevant to this section. If that is the case, I'm just wondering if Councillor Martin would be open to just omitting 8A from his motion.
Question to you, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. I think on the basis of the response that it still could be considered still relevant to new roads in the area, I would prefer to leave it in. And on the advice that ultimately, if defending this appeal, those matters would be teased out. But my personal view is absolutely still relevant, which is why I think it should stay in. I think officers outlined that there's probably a case for both ways, and on that basis, I'd say we have to leave it in.
Okay, my next question was in regards to point 9, and the question is to Councillor Martin. So in point 9, you raised visual amenity as an impact that should be included as a reason for refusal. My understanding from the officer report and at the committee presentation was that the concrete batching plant cannot be seen by any surrounding residential property due to it being 400 metres from the closest house and there being vegetation in between. So could I just get some clarity from you on which residential property you believe is a visual amenity impact to?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That particular item relates to not the actual batching tower per se, but the actual ingress and egress of the site. It is 400 metres from nearest homes from the actual batching tower, but the actual roadway entrance is 100 metres. And actually I've circulated on the back of my refusal motion an aerial map that you can see. When trucks enter the site, they wind up quite a gradient, a curve, and that's as close as, by the aerial view, 55 metres, so under 60 metres. And those residents do have a view corridor into the actual roadway. So that's what I am referring that visual amenity matter to.
And Councillor Martin, could I check, so the existing lawful use on the site, which already have trucks using that driveway, so that visual amenity impact is already there?
It is there to an extent, Chair, but certainly this compounds that and takes that threshold to a higher level for the whole site.
Thank you for that. Councillor Martin, my next question was in regards to your point 10. So in point 10, you indicate that an inappropriate level of total site impacts will be reached. I'm trying to find a provision in the planning scheme or relevant state legislation that actually provides the threshold for inappropriate levels you're referring to. So could you provide some context to councillors of how you come to a position of inappropriate level and what the thresholds actually are?
Chair, The strategic framework outlines the protection of amenity for neighbouring residents, and without delving into further questions and bringing our compliance team in here, the current operations of the site are at breaking point. The addition of the site isn't just an extra straw, it compounds the whole site. So there's more, not only the batching plant in isolation, but there's, as we know, there's greater trucks, there's greater use, there's additional hours.
So, Councillor, so just to clarify, it is more of a general statement than there actually being any measurable thresholds in the planning scheme or relevant legislation connected to it?
I could only answer that by each individual measure, but there is general statements in the strategic framework that protect the amenity, yes.
Sure. Do you want to go for a question about amenity, Councillor Gates?
If I may, please, Chairman. On page 321, it states that the proposed development is intended to supply concrete to facilitate the light rail construction. Do we have evidence of that, or are they just hoping they get a contract? Because my understanding is there's many other concrete batching plants that are available to supply that concrete. I just wondered, first of all, that's my first question, and while I'm standing, I'll grab my second, which is the report also suggests that the site is transitioning away from high and medium by 2028. And my question is, if this proposal was supported today, would that give ongoing use rights after 2028 for a high impact industry use?
Mr. Moran?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Gates, no, the approval, if the council was minded to approve the concrete batching plant, that wouldn't affect or change that condition to cease the recycling facility by 2028.
No, I'm not talking about the recycling facility. I'm speaking about the concrete batching plant having ongoing use rights after, because the high and medium existing uses are being transitioned out so that it's low impact.
Yeah.
But if the council was to support this application today, would that give ongoing high impact use rights on this site?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Gates, no, it wouldn't give ongoing use rights in a general sense. It would only give ongoing use rights for the specific concrete batching plant, and that doesn't have a cessation date, so it could operate.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to establish. If we support this today, the site is approved for a concrete batching plant for a high impact use which affects
Councillor,
the amenity.
your question's been answered.
Thank you, Chairman.
I think it needed clarification.
Councillor Doran, question on amenity?
Chair, before I speak, I'm actually looking to make a contribution to your question to Councillor Martin with regards to the noise and the amenity, just to point to a part of the report, if you'll permit.
Keep it tight
so
to
just
the point of the report.
Sure. Page
Yep.
358 of the report talks to the noise acoustic modelling, and of that you can see that it's in the red, essentially, for those who look at it. And just to add on to what Councillor Martin's got in his recommendation, the amenity is therefore, whilst it's the same as it is now, the hours are changed, therefore the change to the local context and the impact on residents. And that's how I understood the noise amenity concern that Councillor Martin put forward. Thank you.
Councillor Martin, my next question was in regards to point 12, 13, 14. So in each of those you raised compounding and cumulative impacts of dust. Can you direct me to the information in the application, the officer assessment, or that was presented at committee that actually presented any detail on dust impacts from the site or from the proposal of the concrete batching plant itself?
Thanks, Chair. Look, in committee, we obviously did have specialists come in and talk about this, as well as an extensive officer report. But there's a huge volume of increase of heavy truck movements on the site with this application. I think it takes it from about 190 to over 400 trucks a day. So there is a significant escalation, all using the single roadway. And in terms of compounding the greater site, it's based on the real world, me attending site, walking the site, but also visiting neighbours and the current compliance issues we have around complaints and investigations, that the existing operations are already at the threshold. So this will escalate the total site.
So to clarify, you're not suggesting dust impacts from the concrete batching plant itself, you're suggesting dust impacts from the roadway that trucks would use?
I'm talking about both. It would be both the batching plant, which produces more dust, more noise, more amenity impacts, more vibration. So does the roadway to get the trucks in there 24 hours a day. And that is littered through the report in terms of the increased noise, light, vibration, truck movements. So that relates to those items.
Question to Mr. Moran. Mick, could you provide details of what conditions of approval were proposed by officers to mitigate dust impacts from the proposed concrete batching plant and the driveway entrance?
Mr. Chair, so officers did seek the advice of one of our court experts, Mr. King, who did assess the noise and dust impacts. Probably the best reference is on page 421, which is condition 10, and that's our dust impact mitigation measures condition. So as you can see there's quite a number of specific and practical mitigation measures that we've recommended, and the last three do. So that's part K, L and M. They deal with the truck movements and the dust associated with those truck movements.
Councillor Martin, in your point 11, you raise vibration in amongst a list of other impacts. I don't remember vibration or any vibration reporting or any questions about that at committee. So could I get some clarity on what vibration impacts you believe there will be from this proposal?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It is one of the items that's been raised to me by the community from the current vibration, that the trucks obviously are heavy vehicles, because this is a high impact operation, coming into the site, going over the shaker bars for dust to shake the dust off, but the increased volume would escalate the vibration of the trucks entering and exiting the site, and also conveyor belts moving aggregate. So it is an additional item that's been raised since committee by the community, so I thought it valid to include it.
Councillor Gates, were you seeking additional information on your response before?
Well, I didn't get the answer to my first question. Do we have evidence of a contract for the provision of concrete for the light rail project, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've not seen a signed contract between the two. That was, as we said in the report, that was their intent, to operate and provide concrete to that project.
Thank you.
Question, Councillor Martin.
Chair, just I guess while we're in question time, we've got questions there. I'd also have a question, if you permit. I think what's that? Yes, valid. I wonder if officers could advise. I mean, when we talked about it at committee, that there have been some compliance issues on the site with the existing operations, and when I talk about the compounding of the total site, we were made aware of, obviously, the batching plant that was set up that wasn't lawfully approved but has been wound down. Since that time, I just wonder, has officers had any further compliance issues, and are we currently investigating, or are there any actions posing that councillors might need to be aware of?
Welcome, Mr. Gonorrhea.
I think I've got most of it. Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair, Councillor, in response to current active investigations, there are two investigations currently ongoing at that particular site. One is the subject of a show cause notice, which is yet to be fulfilled, but timing still remains, and that is around the conduct of operations not in accordance with current approvals and based on complaints from the community. The second is around allegations of illegal vegetation clearing, and that is currently under investigation, but currently unsubstantiated.
Follow up, Councillor Martin.
Sorry, I didn't. The first part, I heard the vegetation clearing investigation, but sorry, did you say vehicle movement, operations of vehicles in and around the site is part of that compliance investigation?
Through the Chair, Councillor, that's correct. So part of the complaints that are being investigated include both vehicle movements and allegations of excessive dust on roadways.
and follow up from that. So officers have done, you mentioned there's been a show cause. So just for my knowledge, is that officers have done some sort of investigation and substantiated the allegations to a point. So officers have obviously, substantiated the claim. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor, the allegations are currently unsubstantiated, but there is sufficient information that lead officers to continue to investigate that, and it's providing the operators the opportunity to provide us some information to assist with that ongoing investigation.
Before I let him go, was there any other questions for Mr. Connery? Thank you, Luke. Councillor Martin, my next question, just to get some clarity of your intent. So in section 19 and 20, you state that dust from the concrete batching plant is not appropriately mitigated. I guess I'm looking for some clarity of what is proposed in terms of mitigation measures you think is missing from the concrete batching plant, so not existing use from the substance of this application, the concrete batching plant, what mitigation measures you think are missing?
Thanks, Chair. I think in relation to the concrete batching plant application, I don't think they can be mitigated, which is why I'm seeking refusal, because I don't think they're appropriate for the site. There's obviously lawful approvals there right now that generate dust, and that is based on the real world examples. I've been to homes. So an additional dust reducing initiative with the zoning, without getting into debate, I don't think that can be mitigated.
And Mr. Moran, can I just seek clarity from officers? It's the officer position and the position of Paul King, who provided a peer review that dust can be mitigated to meet the provisions of the planning scheme and the relevant legislation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Clarification?
Sorry, Chair, I should clarify. Obviously, the function can be mitigated, but when taking into consideration the site layout, the entry, the proximity to homes, the existing impacts of operations and those outcomes, I don't believe this site can be mitigated effectively to the threshold that would take that high impact to a low impact, and that's why I'm seeking that motion.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Martin, and it's good to tease that out, because if this ends up in appeal, knowing if your main concern is with the plant itself or the access road is actually pretty critical to understanding the intent of council. My next question was in your transport section. So I might direct a question to Mick first. Mick, could you give councillors an understanding in regards to Oyster Creek Drive of what was provided by the applicant's traffic engineers and what the assessment of our traffic engineering team was, and what conditions were proposed to mitigate traffic impacts?
Mr. Chair, so the applicant did provide all the traffic movements, truck movements primarily were the main focus for our officers. So our officers did assess those. They've recommended some works to occur out the front to ensure that the turn treatments and all those sort of things are all adequately dealt with. So that's in the officer's recommendation as condition 17, and that includes all those works.
Councillors, the Director has a clarification on a question that came through regarding the contract with Light Rail Stage 3. So, Director, if you wouldn't mind clarifying, or Mr. Moran, whoever wants to do it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mick might want to speak here, but Councillor Gates, that we can confirm there is a contract.
So Councillor Young, Councillor Gates, that's a contract between Ostmix and the Light Rail project.
Councillor Young, do you have a question on the transport section?
Yes. Yep. Thanks, Chairman. I'm interested to know where all the material comes from that is to be processed and turned into concrete. I understand a lot of that material would be on the site, brought in for the purposes of creating aggregate, but not all of it is anticipated to be met through that supply. So I just wonder if there's any estimation of where other material will come from and what kind of movements that's going to result in, please.
So seeking clarity, Councillor Young, of where virgin aggregates would come from.
Correct. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And what implications that will be in terms of the transportation impacts.
So, Mick, do we happen to know where virgin aggregates would come from, and were the truck movements associated with that included in the traffic counts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't know exactly which quarry or where that particular material comes from. The movements, though, for that material was factored into the truck movements in and out of the site.
Thanks.
So, Councillor Martin, in your transport sections of refusal, you rely upon specific outcome 3.8.6.1 brackets 2 of the strategic framework, which is an environmental health and amenity specific outcome, which talks to the impact of traffic and transport noise. But in your 25 and 26, you don't actually mention noise as one of the impacts. I just wanted to check, is your intent with 25 and 26 about noise from traffic, or is it about safety concerns on Oyster Creek Drive?
Sorry, can I check? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 22, 23.
Yeah, could you sorry, Chair, could you repeat the question around 22 and 23?
Yep, so in 22, 23, you've listed some details of your concerns about the impacts of heavy vehicle traffic. The specific outcome you've mentioned, but 3.8.6.1 bracket 2 is an environmental health and amenity specific outcome, which deals with noise from traffic and transport. You just don't actually mention noise up in the top. So I just wanted to check, are you relying upon safety concerns at the intersection of Oyster Creek Drive, or is it the noise amenity that you're raising because there's a conflict there at the moment?
Thanks, Chair. My intent is both issues. Noise, when it relates to vehicles on the site and the increased usage to residents, but safety, especially around our transport, the transport arrangement and entry to the site. So, Chair, I'm open. Are you suggesting that we add a relevant benchmark to one of those paragraphs?
I think if you've mentioned that specific outcome, which specifically is to transport noise, that just adding noise into 22 would be appropriate, just so they connect.
Oh, absolutely, Chair. Thank you. And I would happily work that in and appreciate the addition.
So, Councillor Martin, you kind of prompted the next question, which is, so we heard from Mick that there is a condition that requires the upgrade of the intersection of Oyster Creek Drive. You have concerns that that upgrade wouldn't address safety impacts for access and egress to the site and to pedestrians and cyclists. Can we get a little bit more detail of what you think is missing from that?
Chair, the application proposes some road improvements for the proposal, but are delayed by 18 months. So my answer would be in two parts. I think the delay is not supported, but also those changes, in my view, are still not. They still don't meet the threshold to provide a safe transport corridor for the residential community. And I'd happy to talk on that more.
It's all right. You clarified, I think the important point was I wasn't sure if it was the timing of those works or the specifics layout of the works, so it's both, really. Yep. Okay, so we're into the last section, which is environmental. So in your point 24, sorry, let me check I'm right here. Sorry, I might go to Mick first. So in point 25, it would seem to suggest that there's clearing of vegetation going to occur, but my recollection from the committee presentation was that there's no clearing proposed as part of this application. Can I just get confirmation of that?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. There's no clearing proposed as part of this.
And then Councillor Martin, in section 26, you talk about increased stormwater and site runoff and ecological risks associated. Sorry, wrong one. Question in section 24, you've got that the application is not adequately separated, designed and managed to avoid environmental harm or nuisance to residential or other sensitive uses. Could you give a little bit more context of, I'm looking at the concrete action plan is 400 metres away from houses, it sits in a depression, it can't be seen. What other design measures or management measures you think needed to be there?
Thanks, Chair. I can only respond by the application we were presented, but essentially the application has a detention pond that has a storage capacity, but that once that capacity is breached through flood, through prolonged rainfall, that then overflows into a larger catchment, and there are requirements for them to report through to DESI on that. But in my view, it's that catchment then flows into a broader network of creeks and poses, I think its location, the site's location, poses the unacceptable risk once that detention pond is overflowing. There's no further treatment.
Thank you for that extra context. It prompts a question to Mick. Mick, could I get a better understanding, like from what Councillor Martin just explained, that sounds like how stormwater treatment is dealt with on most sites when you get to a flood event or a larger rain event. Could we just get a little bit more context from you of the assessment of this and if this meets all the requirements under the planning scheme, under the relevant legislation?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So this proposal complies with the planning scheme requirement to treat stormwater to what's called a 4Y event. So that's sort of a storm every quarter, that sort of frequency. So it is a pretty frequent storm. It doesn't treat water when you have the massive events, but that is consistent with how all applications are assessed and approved under the city plan.
Councillors, that was the end of my questions. Is there any other questions for officers? In that case, I have a foreshadowed motion to introduce, please. Sorry, Councillor Gates, was there a late question there?
I just can't recall, but could the officers just confirm for me, at committee we were told that there would be over 400 truck movements a day, 415 I think, and if I could just have confirmation what that was increasing from in the current number of traffic movements, because I'm now thinking that Councillor Young has also raised a matter where there may be truck movements in addition to the 415 that we spoke about at committee in delivering the product to site. So I'm a little more concerned than I was initially.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I've got just some numbers here from our transport team. So at the moment, the existing site generates 220 truck movements a day. With the batching plant operating 24/7, that would be an additional 324 truck movements. So the total truck movements would go from an existing of 220 to 544 per day.
Oh, that's even more than we were advised at committee.
Councillor Gates, I believe the figure we were given at committee was if we didn't allow 24 hours, what the daytime operating hours would be. Mick, would you just, I know that's the answer, would you mind confirming that the 419 number was if it was existing plus daytime hours?
Yeah. No. Look, through the chair at the committee meeting, there was some confusion. So between the committee and now, had the officers clarify, and those are the clarified numbers.
Thank you. Good question.
Please, Councillor Young, question.
Thanks, Chairman. So further on that, the 324, is that expected to be the vehicles taking the concrete out of the site, or is it also coming into the site empty?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the 324 is 162 trucks in and 162 trucks out. So it's both, including
coming in empty and going out loaded.
Yes.
And then in addition to that, there will be vehicles that are bringing in material from other sites, possibly, because we don't know about the amount of content that will be on the site ordinarily through the other operations to create the aggregate.
Look, through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, to the best of my understanding, the 324, the 162 in, 162 out, is the total number of trucks, whether that's a cement truck or a truck hauling in material from a quarry somewhere.
Okay.
So that's the total truck movements for the entire operation of the batching plant.
Councillor, so my foreshadowed motion is now up. So I'll just check that is the correct one, if you just wouldn't mind scrolling down. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so that foreshadowed motion is there, but we will deal with the motion on the table, which is Councillor Martin's, and I'll invite Councillor Martin to open debate.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, our committee, we resolved by supermajority to refuse this application, and I presented some the refusal wording, but there was some discussion around the legal footing that this would put us on. So I've worked with officers to basically flesh out this refusal motion, and you can see that a lot of the matters around impacts relate to every item, be it might be dust and noise and vibration, it might be from the truck movers, it might be for the actual operation. So it is repetitive, but it covers all grounds and it's related to specific benchmarks in the city plan. I've been on this journey since day one. It was lodged in March 2024. The proposal sparked nearly 1,000 objections, including a petition by local residents. The level of engagement has been significant, particularly for the community of Old Burleytown and surrounds is very small. So the number of 1,000 objections is significant. It would be up in the high 90s in terms of percentage of objections in the local community. I met with the residents, walked the site, met with the experts, and I've considered all sides. But after reviewing the material and seeing the real impacts of that community that's already experiencing, I can't support the application. I've circulated that strengthened refusal, which our planning officers have trawled over. But I think principally this matter comes down to the zoning conflict. The land is zoned low impact industry. And it's important because what's proposed for us here today is a high impact industry, a concrete batching plant that is 24/7. Now I acknowledge Councillor Hamill has proposed a reduction to daytime hours. However, it is still a high impact use. Low impact zoning is specifically designed in the city plan to buffer nearby residents from intense industrial activity. And so this application does the opposite. It doesn't buffer, it escalates, and it places that escalation on top of the doorstep of one of our tight-knit communities of Old Burleytown and surrounds. I acknowledge that officers recommended approval, and in my view, they made a significant judgment call, and that fundamentally changes the way we view this application. And that officers concluded that because there is already higher impact uses on the low impact site, that this additional high impact is consistent to be added to take advantage of the co-location principle. But the relevant facts are the higher impact use activities that are on the site is the only high impact use defined in the plan is the landfill, and that's already ceased. That is in remediation, and that was due to be wound up in 2026 by the DA anyway. So that has ended, which leaves a medium impact activity, which is the commercial concrete. It's the recycling and the waste recycling element. That by the DA is winding up in October 2028. So beyond 2028, the only remaining approval on the site is sand and soil screening, which was this was approved under a court orders, ERA consent orders, but that activity is sorting clean fill that's excavated from high-rise sites and sorting soil and sand, and it's not crushing concrete rocks, it's not waste recycling, it's far less impactful. It is not the dust plumes when you're breaking up matter, it is screening. So the principle of consistency that we talk about, there is no precedence, but we have to look at the site approvals, and we in the officer's report talking about adding another high impact. If there was ongoing high impact, but we've got a pathway out of that high impact. There's a planned transition away from high impact already in place. Approving this application would reverse that planning direction, and it permanently locks that site in. This has no end date. This concrete batching doesn't have a cessation date. And it locks the site into a level of industrial activity that the zoning was never meant to support. Now, I know those previous applications are lawfully approved. It is my view that they are already beyond the threshold, but adding further with no end date would be poor planning in my perspective. Strategic outcomes. The city plan makes it clear. Strategic outcome 3.5.2.1, number 8. High impact industry. I'm quoting here. High impact industry. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing. High impact industry belongs in designated zones, not next to sensitive land uses like homes. And the summary of low impact industry zone code overall outcome to A through D allows for low impact industry activities, only allows for low impact industry activities on low impact zones, and it expects a built form and an interface that protects the amenity. That is why it is a low impact industry zone. This proposal conflicts with all of that. So a lot of what I stand for today is based on real world impacts. We're not talking about, I'm not talking about modelling. The previous applications were modelled. I am on the ground seeing the impacts of the residents that can't use their outdoor dining tables because it's covered in dust. The pool is full of dust. They hang the washing out. Everyone in, and it's got dust all over it. Everyone in old Burleigh Town knows that they just do not need to wash their car because it's covered in dust the moment they wash it. These are the impacts that are already being felt, and adding an additional dust-producing activity, even if we were able to mitigate the actual at the source, it is the trucks entering and exit the site, would certainly add to that. So this proposal doesn't just add another straw, it compounds the impacts of the whole site and the operations. The traffic we've talked about is the only access road for nearly 1,000 residents in and out, and it's already under pressure. I've circulated some images. Every morning those trucks are unlawfully waiting, stacked to go into the site. In this proposal, there is no dedicated turning lane. Even if it does come not in 18 months and it comes now, there's no dedicated. So we've got residential communities, families travelling along the road that we have a history of trucks parking on the shoulder, but even if they weren't, they are waiting behind for a truck to turn, and they've got to take an undercut, not an overtake, to get around. But we've just learned through the planning application that there's a service station, fast food, and a new DA on that left turning, that there's conflict. In my view, that is just a diabolical situation, and I think it puts safety at risk for the community. We talked about noise. Absolutely, there's been models. There's a lot of charts in here. There's a lot of specialists. But the roadway, you can see on the plan, is less than 60 metres away. In the middle of the night, we've got a truck, concrete truck, semi-trailers going uphill, downhill. Industrial noises, even the World Health Organization has quoted, the industrial noises are far different to the general hum of an M1 motorway. It is bangs, clangs, loading, street sweepers, air brakes, even if we try and put up a sign and say not to do that, in the middle of the night or early morning, 60 metres away, that will absolutely be heard and disturb sleep and our most vulnerable kids, families. And we've seen compliance challenges exist. Even with the existing sites, there's conditions on those existing higher impact uses, and we've got compliance issues now, show cause notices. Being right at the threshold and managing that compliance is not a good way to town plan. So I'll wrap this up, Chair. Let's not forget, waste recycling facility is set to cease by 2028. The landfill has already ceased. That decision reflects a clear direction that the industrial burden on this community should reduce over time. This application locking in a new permanent high impact use at the very moment when residents are expecting relief. It's not consistent with the zone, it's not consistent with the strategic framework, and it's not what this community deserves. The community have spoken clearly, respectfully, and I think their expectations are reasonable. Do I still have a minute? Is that a minute? Okay.
Is that the first bell of this term, Councillor Martin? Second. Good work. Good work. Councillor Martin has opened debate. Is there someone wishing to speak against the motion? In that case, I will take the opportunity to speak against it briefly. I'm going to start by acknowledging that Councillor Martin has put a lot of work into extending his refusal motion from committee. And while I respect that, it has done nothing, in my opinion, to provide any more strength to the success of this item at appeal. I am still of the firm opinion, as I was at committee, that there are conditions that can be put in place or amended to mitigate impacts that should see this application approved with additional conditions. Councillor Martin raises impacts around acoustics, for example, and while there is expert reporting to say acoustics wouldn't have an impact, I think the introduction of a condition that would require an earth-bund wall and an acoustic wall along that stretch of driveway in between the residence and the driveway would be a mitigation factor reasonably introduced that would remove that from the appeal setting. Additionally, so Councillor Martin raised a lot of concerns around the impacts of the 24-hour operation. I absolutely support that. I don't support 24 hours here. We don't need to refuse it to knock back 24 hours. We can adjust the conditions and say that the hours of operation are only these and can remove that impact. In regards to Oyster Creek Drive and the concerns of safety with trucks entering and exit the site and residents using the road, as always, I would rely upon traffic engineers that when we've got the traffic engineers for the applicant and the traffic engineers from the city saying this is an upgrade that mitigates those risks, I think that should be what's put in place. I would be willing to accept, but that waiting 18 months is not reasonable. Again, we can adjust the condition, make that occur before commencement starts and mitigate that impact. Last thing would be, so truck movements. I think there was a lot of discussion at committee around the amount of truck movements. The amount of truck movements leads to the acoustics impact, mainly, and the dust impact on the driveway. Again, that is something that we can condition to reduce the amount of trucks. I have no interest in allowing 550 truck movements a day. We can set a number of what we think is reasonable based on the existing use and the proposed new use of a daily cap on trucks, which, you know, if it got to the foreshadowed motion, I'd be suggesting that we'd cap it at 300 truck movements per day, so 150 in, 150 out. Finally, Councillor Martin raises a lot in his motion and a lot during questions and debate today about the existing impacts from the existing use. While I respect that, and he's definitely doing his job as local councillor of raising those, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that they are existing lawful uses. If there are conditions of that approval not being met, as we've heard, that's development compliance, that's action that occurs there. I think it is dangerous territory to, it's one thing to raise those impacts, it's dangerous to be on the edge of using those impacts to refuse an application that is being assessed by itself, especially when we went to the trouble of having an independent expert who, Mr. Paul King, is one of the most sought-after court experts around acoustics and dust and emission impacts. We had Paul King at committee. He was very firm in his opinion that the assessment saying that dust impacts, acoustic impacts, and other emission impacts could be mitigated through conditions. I'm going to rely upon that expert. So I would encourage councillors to not support Councillor Martin's motion and to look to the foreshadowed motion to deal with the issue. Speaking for the motion.
Chairman, I'd just like to ask you a point about, you've mentioned Mr. Paul King. I just threw you to the officers. Was his assessment based on 220 truck movements or 545, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it gets a little bit more complicated because for the noise assessment, the noise reporting took a more conservative view, so they actually upped the truck numbers, so they didn't quite match the traffic report. So the noise assessment, in other words, was done on more trucks coming in and out than would actually be the case. So it definitely covers the maximum that I mentioned to you before, but it went a little bit further.
Thank you.
Speaking for the motion, sorry, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to speak in favour of the motion. As you know, I didn't support the refusal in committee because I felt that the grounds presented were quite flawed and flimsy, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this matter in between, and I think the conditions before us to support a refusal are more robust, not perfect, and I'll draw your attention to one of them being number 15, which talks about unreasonable compromise residential amenity, traffic safety and ecological values, and is therefore contrary to the public interest. I mean, public interest could be represented by the supply of material that enables Light Rail 3 to be built, which is in the public interest of the entire city. So there are some subjective positions in these reasons that I'm not overly endeared with, and I think that ultimately those things will fall away and we'll be left with a core of key factors that the lawyers will rely upon and the experts will report to the court. I was of the mind to support an approval with strengthened conditions, as you've mentioned today, but even those we know are never certain, and the applicant can appeal against those conditions that we might apply, and we may not end up with anything unless you accept an approval. And I'm really very strongly concerned about an approval here. We've had it demonstrated to us quite clearly by the community and by the representative, Councillor Martin, that the impacts that they're experiencing now are unacceptable, and that the potential impacts of this expansion of operations would be totally unacceptable. I asked a question in committee about the effects on the ecological values present in the site to the south, which is a council-owned reserve called Andrews Reserve. It's mapped as being koala habitat, and I asked him what would be the effects of 24-hour operations on that community of koalas and other wildlife, because they don't have any representatives, so to speak. And the response we've got is that the impacts would be very undesirable, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we'd just be encouraging those animals to have to experience 24/7 noise, and I think that's unacceptable. So I'm supportive of the community and, of course, those ecological values being taking preference over the operation of this 24/7 batching plant. Congratulations again, Councillor Martin. I really see a great maturity in the way you've presented this and the way you've gone about it, and I'm grateful for that.
Speaker against the motion? There being none, I go to Councillor Martin to close debate. Sorry, Councillor Gates, did I miss your hand then?
I'll be quick. Okay.
Thanks, Chair, and I will be quick and keep Nikki away from that bell. We've touched on compliance and conditions, and I think we've all seen that that is challenging to manage. So on the existing uses of the site, we've got conditions, but here we are following up compliance issues. The impacts, the real impacts on the community are really felt, and I absolutely acknowledge that there are levels that go with industry, but the reality is, because this has been escalated to what was designed in the city plan, those impacts are far greater than what it should have been delivered under a low impact zone. I cannot go back, they are approved prior to my time, but I welcome the cessation dates of them. I'll acknowledge that the local state member, the local federal member are both strongly opposed. And I think what's really important is I want to signal to the developer, we absolutely will support you. It's a large land holding, it's got good access to the M1, and that is the reason it was designated for a low impact industrial. I mean, when you look at low impact industrial, sheds, warehouses, services that connect with the industrial, not the high impact heavy trucks that we've got on the site. Now, we've got a legacy, but we've got a pathway out of it, and that community have bought into that pathway. They've put up with enough. We should absolutely be rewarding them for what has been approved, a high impact uses on the site. But today, if we make a decision to lock that in with high impact, when the cessation date of the recycling, the applicant in their full right can apply to have an extension or co-locate again. How could we refuse that, knowing that we've just approved another high impact use? So I think it is absolutely pivotal that we stay true to that planning pathway to get back to what this zone was designed for. it is not a deciding factor, but it is absolutely relevant. This week we received an application for the Boral Quarry just over the road. I absolutely have to think that if we are signalling to the market that the areas around this site that are designated low impact, we as the council are designating that we can.
Councillor Martin, I'm going to pull you up. You've introduced something that I'd probably caution you not to introduce. So I would leave Boral out of your close because you're introducing something that's not part of the report and wasn't discussed at committee and might prejudice you to a future decision of council.
Can I clarify, Chair?
I would be very careful in mentioning that site and what you're going to say about it.
Yeah. I'm simply, it is public application, but I'm simply talking about the use of a low impact zone for any application in the area. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Division is called.
Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Curtis.
Motion is carried. Mr Wallace, we'll call the Mayor back. Just wait. Councillors, it appears the lift is being very slow, so we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Live streaming off, please.
Right, dry streaming on 6.5.
Can I pull out 6.4?
What do you want?
Just 6.4. Just pull out just to raise, just bring something to the attention of the councillors.
Okay, 6.4. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just rising to 6.4, not to declare a conflict, but just to highlight that my wife and I have a event centre that is actually in the wedding industry, which is very similar to this industry that's here. I feel I don't have a conflict because there's many event centres on the Gold Coast and many wedding venues around, but I just wanted to highlight it to councillors if they had any concern in relation to this. I have an open, persuadable mind in relation to this subject, so I'll just bring it to the floor.
Does anyone want to deal 6.4 separately? No. How about 6.5?
6.4.
Okay. Any other items you want to deal separately? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, sorry. I did say yes, but yeah.
Did you want to talk on that?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Maybe the break wasn't long enough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a slight change of recommendation for the
You've got
current
declaration?
recommendation.
Okay.
I have got presented to the team to bring up. Mr. Mayor.
Is that on the screen, the change recommendation?
No. Keep going down.
5. Okay, Councillor Patterson, seconder. Okay, you want to speak on it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, homeless is a concern for all cities, and we know it's a state-led project for finding housing. But as a city, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been working really hard in this space to wait for it to come up. Yeah. Adding 6 and 7.
Leave 6 and 7 on the screen. Everyone knows the other ones. Could you move 6 and 7 on the screen, please?
There we go.
Okay. Right, keep going.
Thank you. As you know, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've had public space liaison officers that's been working really hard to work with people with unfortunate situations. Homelessness isn't just about people that we see in a tent that's been on TV. Homeless is a broader and bigger problem. The compliance-led approach is one way of doing it, but we need to ensure that there's also an underlying engagement with the homeless that are finding it tough in this climate. And part of that is connecting with our state-led services to ensure that they get the support that they need. There's many a times, yes, we're dealing in our public space where we need to get stronger and we need to move people on. But there's many a times that we do have homeless people, whether they're in the cars, whether they're in our parks, whether they're in our dunes, whether they're under bridges, that need that underlying support. What I'm actually doing to add 6 or 7 to this report is to actually ensure that the council commits to continue partnering with the Gold Coast Homeless Network to address homeless challenges and progress the Gold Coast Zero campaign that we talk about in our action plan. It also allows for our office to be appropriately trained and monitor and refer persons experiencing homelessness to state-led non-profit services which provide a pathway to stable and sustainable housing and independence. It's really important to understand that there are many people out there that need connecting. We need to support, and what the program did do previously was connect people to state-led organisations. It allowed us to ensure our spaces were kept clean or prepared, and I suppose a compliance-led gives us the ability to move people on where we're having trouble, where groups are camping in particular areas. So the work that the team has done over the period of time has done some really great work. We know we're still dealing with challenges. We know it's a state-led housing that need to ensure that state government do provide and work hard to provide home for these people, but it also allows our team to be appropriately prepared and to deal with these situations, and it also makes sure our team still connects with appropriate state-led organisations in this space.
Anyone speak against the motion? Question, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a question through you to Councillor Taylor. Gold Coast Zero is a new, it's introduced something new to me, and I've just been informed by Councillor Tozer that it forms part of the Gold Coast Homelessness Network banner. I'm wondering whether that could be clarified in point 6, because it does come across as if that's the City Council Gold Coast Zero campaign. I'm just wondering whether you add the Gold Coast Homelessness Networks Gold Coast Zero. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm comfortable to make that modification.
You speaking against?
I've got some wording, perhaps as a suggestion.
Okay, we'll just get this one done first and then we'll come back.
On that part.
Let's just get this one done and you can change it again. Against? Okay. Not there yet. I go to Councillor Patterson, who wants to change it back.
Mr. Mayor, I just thought for that wording, it may be clearer to say to progress the Gold Coast commitment to homelessness being brief, rare, brief and non-recurring, because that is both an intent the city's been taken on, Homeless Connect and various agencies. So we don't need to refer to a different specific agency, and to commit to that. So I just wondering, you could do that, or you could just relate to the Homelessness Network.
I'm comfortable sitting the homeless network. I mean, it just keeps it simple to what we're referring to, and it still keeps it led by state government.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Wilkinson.
Are you speaking against?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And although I think this recommendation is better than committee's recommendation, I'm still not in support. Speaking against this motion today doesn't withstand my acknowledgement that the report brought to the Council notes clearly that the Queensland Government Department of Housing and Public Works holds primary responsibility for housing and homelessness services, whilst the Queensland Police Service are the primary law enforcement agency for Queensland, although they are not responsible for managing homelessness, but are pivotal in the compliance response. Further to this, I note as a city we need to continue to balance how we engage and assist those facing homelessness. But importantly, also as a city, we need to manage the safety and amenity of our public spaces for all community members, noting the city does not have legislative responsibility for providing housing or homelessness services. It is my belief, and after receiving correspondence from not-for-profit organisations who deal with assisting individuals facing homelessness daily, as well as community members, I would say, in my view, the current approach ensures people experiencing homelessness are offered an established, structured connection to state-led and not-for-profit services, who then in turn provide a pathway to stable, sustainable housing and independence. No doubt, our compliance officers have a critical role to play, and what I'd prefer to see is a re-establishment of the thresholds for when officers should come into effect with their guided compliance, enforcement compliance, and any formal handover to the QPS. And by not supporting today's recommendation, should it go down, this is something I would intend to further discuss with officers. Our city will continue to work with the state government to continue to seek pathways to reduce homelessness, and I will continue to work with incredible local organisations such as Show the Way, The Movement, members of the Gold Coast Homeless Network and more to support those in our community facing homelessness, seeking to get them the assistance that they may need whilst also maintaining our public spaces for all to enjoy through effective and appropriate avenues for compliance.
Okay. Speaking for, Councillor Patterson. Is that a question, Councillor Pitt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to quote Maria Liebeck, who is possibly this city's matriarch on homelessness support. And a few days ago, she publicly stated, and I'm not reading the whole thing, so it's parts of her quotes. The last week has been incredibly difficult as the City of Gold Coast and not-for-profit sector have been in the process of discussing what the role of the city is in responding to our most vulnerable residents, people rough sleeping in our parks and public spaces. The issues in Brisbane and Moreton councils have placed pressure on our Gold Coast local government. However, the City of Gold Coast has strong collaborative arrangements with state and local government, QPS and the not-for-profit sector, driven out of the City of Gold Coast responding to its homelessness action plan, which unfortunately lapsed in December last year. She comments on the transition and she finishes by saying it is a challenging time, but that she hopes that in our relationships remain strong and that we continue to back each other in a region that prides itself on working together, renewing our commitment to making the experience of homelessness rare, brief and non-recurring. I'm supporting this motion today and I want to speak to Ms. Liebeck and to all the agencies who this city's been working on since 2020 when I championed the Homelessness Action Plan. I'm committed and I'm clear after having conversations directly with our officers that that engagement level will continue. However, it is essential that this city makes it crystal clear to the state government what we are responsible for and what they are responsible for. The lowest per capita housing of public housing, social housing, emergency housing, specialist emergency housing in the state. Half the per capita support of housing of what Brisbane has. I appreciate this is a new government who's taken this on, but this is now this government's issue. There is just no places for people to go with housing. And as I mentioned at the committee meeting, anecdotally, staff, security guard at my office, families who my daughter went to school with, children, are leaving this city because some people cannot afford to live in our city. That is a real concern. It's something we certainly need to address through city plan, but it is also essential that the state government takes this on. This is their gig. They have to be providing the support in this area. This motion today makes it crystal clear what our responsibilities are, but we will continue to partner and connect as and when we can. Thank you.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It doesn't give me any pleasure to be able to stand up and speak against the motion because I know that the effort and time that went into putting it together. It comes down to me for number 5. I just can't support a compliance-led strategy. I think the reality of homelessness, I think homelessness is a temporary state for people in this city, and I hope for everyone, who is experiencing homelessness, it's very short, temporary. But I think the idea that we're leading by compliance, I think, puts people who are already vulnerable in an even more vulnerable position in the court system, and I can't support it in its current form. And whilst it saddens me, because I do know how much work has gone into it, I have to vote against it today.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a very difficult issue for all of us, no doubt. I've had a lot of experience with homeless people in Nerang. They occupy parks that are owned by the council and by the state government, and they are supported by the local community. The people come from the community come and feed them and engage with them because they really care about them. And so I recognise that strong empathy in our community, and I recognise the need for us to be presenting parks in a pristine condition and available readily for the broader public's utilisation rather than occupied by unlawful campers. But I think in this regard we really have to vote with our heart, and my heart will be towards supporting this because I think I have two concerns. One is that of the officers that we employ, and for them to go out into the community and talk to a homeless person and say, you've got to be out of here or I'm coming back with a fine tomorrow, I'll be checking on you. It's going to present for them a very confronting circumstance, and the response that they'll get from those homeless people is unlikely to be warm or receptive. It's going to be hostile in most cases. It's going to be very confronting for the officers, and I really worry about their psychological response to that and the management of that. And secondly, I think that we need to engage whatever measures we can with the resources that we have, whether it be state or the networks of community groups and so forth, to try to present the best outcome for homeless people, because they really are at the bottom of the triangle. You know, we've got an enormous problem with housing altogether in the city, in the country, in the whole nation. There's all sorts of attempts being made to encourage investment in housing. As Councillor Patterson said, we have a very low rate of provision of social and affordable housing in this city provided by the government, and we need to put a lot of pressure on them. And I think our part in this is just to enable proper engagement with the resources that are there, those people who are committed to the well-being of people who are most vulnerable, and try to negotiate for the best outcomes possible so that we're protecting those people and also ensuring that our parks are available to the community. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, then I'll go to Councillor Taylor to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we all know, this is a challenging space for everyone. I've always said that homelessness is everyone's responsibility. We have land, there's state land, there's private land, and it's a challenge for everyone. We need to understand that there's more than just the people we see in the parks as well. I think that sometimes that's what the community miss when we see them in the park. There's many people that are out in our community that need support and need assistance. And sometimes when a complaint does come in, we need to ensure that we're managing those situations appropriately. I still have concerns about compliance-led, but by adding 6 and 7 here, what it does do is hopefully give the powers the ability for our officers to be appropriately trained in this space, so that maybe compliance-led, but they're going to be trained appropriately for all situations. And it also keeps those strong bond of communications that we've had with state-led communications that the city has created over the last 4 or 5 years, that has done a really great job, from community organisations to police and our officers. I think the work that we've done over the period of time has been very strong, and I would hate to see that being lost. So by giving that ability in part 6, it hopefully will give the ability for our team to keep that strong bond together and keep the good work that we've done in a long period of time. So I hope that the councillors do support this motion. Thank you.
Debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous. We'll take a lunch break, councillors. 47 minutes. Yep, thank you. Councillors, we got, we had the presentation on the cement, concrete and aggregate Australia.
We're going to do that.
That was in 15.1. I'd like to do a procedural motion that would deal with that now because the presenters are here. And so I move that we deal with 15.1 and before item 12.2. Seconder?
I think, Mr. Mayor, it might be a procedural motion, not a recommendation, but
No, a procedural as I said, procedural motion.
yeah, just making sure that the notes say the same.
Okay, move. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Peter Young? It's a procedural motion. Okay, all in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. I'd like to welcome our presenters. Can you come on up? Presentation of the Cement, Concrete and Aggregate Australia. And Mr. Ryan, am I right? Please take that platform there and let us know.
Thank you.
I'd love to know about cement after lunch.
Always a great topic to go after lunch. So, thank you, everyone. My name is Charlie Stoneman. I am the Regional General Manager for Heidelberg Materials here in Queensland, but I've also got the pleasure of being the Chair of the State Committee for the Cement, Concrete and Aggregates of Australia. With me is David Ryan, who is our State Secretary. I'd just like to start by firstly thanking the Council for having us here today. This is, I guess, a step forward for our organisation. We've traditionally engaged with state government on a wide range of matters, and we do have a very, very good working relationship with most state government departments that have an influence over our industry. We've made the decision, or we want to be engaging more with local councils, a number of matters that impact on your operations, your constituents, also influence our industry and vice versa. With me today, we've got a wide representation from a number of other member companies as well who have operations within the Gold Coast City Council. So we've got representatives from New Crush, Boral, Wholesome and Coastal Sands. We're competitors, but ultimately we do work very closely together on matters that influence our industry, and we want to work very closely together to work with councils to further both our interests and the council's interests as well. I thought I'd just give you a bit of an overview about the CCAA. So, as the name would suggest, it represents cement, concrete, and aggregate producers across Australia. Our products, or particularly ready-mix concrete, is the second most consumed product globally, following water. So certainly have a very big influence over society in general, and our product is really essential to all communities, regardless of the size. So to give you a bit of an overview, I know a lot of you do know some parts of our industry. Every Australian will consume about 8 tonnes of our product every year. The average new house will consume about 110 tonnes of our product, and building a new highway will consume about 14,000 tonnes for every kilometre built. So we are an essential part of communities. We're an essential part of society in general. So the producers, both big and small, are represented by the CCAA. As a group, we share a vision for a sustainable industry. That's not just around pure sustainability in its essence sense, but at the same time, we want our industry to be sustainable, to be ongoing, to be enduring, and continue to contribute as much to society as we do now and as we will do in the future. Obviously, as populations grow, so will demand for our products nationally. Generally, our products are very much locally sourced. The value to weight ratio is pretty low, so it is inherent that our operations are close to our markets. Otherwise, transportation costs become a major issue. And obviously, being capitalists, so will pricing and the competitive nature of our industry only goes so far. Certainly, a big part of the CCAA is to influence political and regulatory and market environments. As I sort of said at the start, we have traditionally engaged with state governments and federal governments, and this is really, I guess, an opening discussion with all of the local councils, particularly in southeast Queensland, to I guess, engage with you and create an ongoing and enduring dialogue. Some of our member companies and a number of you in here today will be very familiar with each of these. These are the largest cement, aggregate and concrete producers in Australia and in some instances globally as well. And whilst we are national companies and we are global companies, we very much are a locally focused business and a locally focused industry. It's not just the global players, we also represent a number of very small independents as well, both here in Queensland and across Australia. So we have a significant number of members. It is not just about the big end of town, to coin a phrase. It is very much about representing the entire industry as an industry body. So I guess the objectives for us today, we're a mature industry. We've been around for a long period of time. We want to have a mature dialogue with all of our stakeholders and council both as customers of some of our operations. Obviously, a number of constituents, or all of your constituents, consume our products. You can't go anywhere without seeing areas or our product is everywhere. So everything we touch is or does have part of our products in there somewhere. Schools, rails, hospitals, roads, houses, everything is reliant on our industry. As I sort of said, we're certainly very keen to promote an open and a regular, and I guess the key word for me there is enduring dialogue and information sharing between us. And I use the word sharing there as well because we want to understand what drives the council, what are the motivating factors for the council when engaging with our industry. We want to have an improved shared understanding of the different perspectives and issues that influence both you as consumers of our products and us as the industry. And we want to improve our approach and our operations. We've very much operated as a local industry. We have generally, as an industry, operated with minimal fuss. We've generally not wanted to bring attention to ourselves. We're not an industry that sort of shouts out, hey, here we are. We've got the job done. We've done it as quietly as possible, but as effectively as possible as well. So it's really important that, I guess now, in this day and age, that we really take a more proactive approach to the planning and operational matters that affect our industry, and we engage much more widely with the community. We've engaged very locally with the community. We support local schools. We support local sporting clubs. We've done a lot of work to engage very, very locally, within the areas directly influenced by our operations. But we do recognise that we need to engage more widely to achieve our social licence or improve our social licence to operate, because as communities grow, our products are only going to become more and more important for the operations. Sorry, for society in general. I might hand it over to David Wren now, only because some of these items, I guess, pertain to different member companies and as a collective, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to stand here and talk about other member organisations in any way, shape or form. So I'll hand it over to David.
Thanks, Charlie. Good afternoon, all. My name's David Wren. I am the State Director for CCAA Queensland. So just wanted to go to the next slide. Could I go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is a snapshot. That table is a snapshot of the industry's footprint on the Gold Coast. So you can see there are quarriers, there are cement manufacturers, importers and distributors, there are concrete producers, there are those recycling material supply, there are bitumen manufacturers, and there are asphalt producers. So the industry is locally based. It is covering every aspect of the heavy construction materials industry. You can see there that those big names, like we mentioned, those multinational companies, Boral, Heidelberg, Holcim, etc. And you can see how they're vertically integrated across the quarrying, cement, concrete and recycled material supply subsectors in particular. That provides tremendous benefit. That integration, that vertical integration, allows a lot of competition, it brings costs down, and those lower costs are ultimately passed on to consumers and to local councils. Those companies have also been here for 5 to 6 to 7 decades. They are large, they are highly experienced, and they are reputable companies. They have done this for a long time, and they have done it safely, and they have done it per society's expectations. So why are they here on the Gold Coast? The Gold Coast has 4 very, very sound positive attributes. It has an excellent materials endowment. The sand and the rock here is prime material for making very high quality construction materials and products. It has a very efficient transport connection. The M1 and Ormo Highway and other connections are very good. You can take high productivity vehicles. It has an established knowledge hub. So there is a centralised core of expertise on the Gold Coast, and they are sharing and they're exchanging information, and they are bringing the quality of their operations up, not down. So it can only be of benefit to the community that they're sharing their expertise and their knowledge. And there's a great labour market here. We can access the workers that we need and pay those really kind of great wages that we continue to pay. Thank you. So what is the socio-economic contribution of our industry? Directly, we are generating $4.1 billion in revenue across those 6 subsectors that I just mentioned. That's generating almost 6,000 jobs. But luckily on the Gold Coast, you have a very strong local supply chain. I call that the upstream. So they're the industries that are servicing us to make sure that we can continue to do what we do. So that's machinery and equipment. Companies like Komatsu and Caterpillar, for example, have got very large distribution centres here. Maintenance, all the maintenance that is done on site is done locally. And there are professional and technical services, geotech, accountancy, legal, it's all sourced locally. And then you look downstream, who are we supporting? We're obviously supporting the construction infrastructure industry on the Gold Coast, which we estimate to be about a $50 billion sector, employing about 50,000 jobs. The modelling is saying we contribute about 5% about 10% of that. So we're getting numbers of around $5 billion in terms of supporting the construction infrastructure sector. When you put all the upstream, direct and downstream elements together, you're getting a high contribution of $12.2 billion in industry revenues and about 16,000 jobs. Thank you. So what are the drivers of Gold Coast heavy construction materials demand? And I don't need to impress upon you, I think you know very, very well what's coming your way. And we've got these figures from your own reports. 1 million residents by 2046, an extra almost 400,000 residents coming to your neck of the woods within a fairly short period of time. You will need new transport, you will need new health, and you will need more education infrastructure. And you will need dwellings. And again, quoting from your own sources, 185,000 new dwellings required in that period of time to accommodate those people. So I just wanted to, Charlie touched upon some of the stats in terms of how much heavy construction materials are required for that type of build. A 20-storey apartment building, and I'm assuming the council favours people may be going up, they may be going out, but assume we're going up. A 20-storey apartment building, 9,000 cubic tonnes of concrete to build that building. That's 1,500 Aggie trucks to deliver that concrete to site. 15,000 tonnes of aggregate demanded, hard rock and sand, and that's 600 truckloads delivering that aggregate into that concrete batching plant. So you can see the types of quantums add up very quickly, and I'll talk about the importance of getting supply that is proximate to demand and minimising the community and environmental impacts of those truck movements. Thank you. So just an example, the Coomera Connector. It's a project, it's a very large project, it's a complex project given its topography, and it's underway, and I understand a lot of groundwork has been going on, but not a lot of kind of ongoing construction work happening. But the figures are large. So for this piece of road, stage 1, there's the north, the central and the south projects. That requires, well, you can see the quantums there, that's aggregate. That's the road base and the sub base that goes down before the asphalt goes on top. So millions of tonnes there. You've got aggregate going into as concrete mix, 600,000 tonnes of additional aggregate on top of the road base. Then you're looking at the asphalt aggregate contribution there as well, another 220,000 tonnes. So 16 kilometres of road is requiring 4 million tonnes of aggregate. A large quarry in this area produces 1 to 1.5 million tonnes a year. So we are drawing on 4 quarries' annual production to produce 16 kilometres of road. You can just see the quantums that we need. And we haven't even talked about future stages, which is 29 kilometres. Thank you. So we can put all that, we can put all these drivers together. We can put together the residential demand. We can put together the roads. We can put together the hospitals. We can build a profile, and this is what we use for policy reasons, and this is what my companies use to work out their future resourcing requirements. We can build a profile of what it looks like out to 2040 based on expected, anticipated, and agreed funding commitments to infrastructure. So the stack chart is construction spend. The blue is Brisbane. That orangey colour is your area, Gold Coast, and you've got the Sunshine Coast, and you've got Toowoomba stacked there. The red line, which is the values on the right axis, is the demand for aggregates. And obviously you would expect if construction moves up, the demand for aggregates moves up and vice versa. So a very strong correlation. Where we are today is here, producing around 27.5 million tonnes of aggregate from this region. Now, if we were to increase our productivity and our production by 10%, that line moves up by the arrows and shifts up to here, and we get up to around 28 million tonnes of production. But you can see all this unmet supply and demand up here. This is demand that we can't currently meet. We are currently here at capacity. So the moral of this slide is that whilst we have in situ reserve and resource of aggregate, whilst we've got the hard rock in the ground, that does not mean we've got supply availability. We are hemmed in by the controls and the permits on our DAs and our EAs. So we are at physical production capacity today. Okay, so that's a really important point. Just because it's in the ground, it doesn't mean it is supply available, because we are hemmed in terms of what we can produce. So that's why we need new quarries to replace the depleting reserves, and we need new quarries to increase our supply to meet that demand profile. Okay, so that's why we are investing in new quarries and new crushing plants and new batching plants. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So, as Charlie mentioned, this industry is very, very important to your ambitions in your planning decisions and policy objectives. And we as an industry have to play a role as well. And when I ask my members, what is the value proposition that we will continue to give to the Gold Coast community, this is what they came back to me with. This is what they will commit to doing as a good corporate citizen. They will continue to invest to build the material supply capacity, to build essential infrastructure, to support our quality of life. So meeting that demand profile that I showed before will require hundreds of millions of dollars of new investment in quarries, crushing plants, concrete batching, and all-round investment in trucks, you name it, to meet that demand profile. We will continue to engage communities and be responsive to issues as they arise. We will buy locally, and I demonstrated the upstream spend that occurs in our industry that is purchased and procured locally, and we'll support local employment. We will continue to decarbonise our operations. We as an industry have a net zero greenhouse gas emissions target of that we want to meet by 2050, and there's a lot of investment going on there. I know circular economy is very important to the Gold Coast Council, and we will continue to invest in utilising that rubble, that waste concrete, putting it through the crushers and using that as aggregate and for other purposes. And similarly, the cement guys will continue to, invest in what we call cementitious material to replace clinker and cement in the concrete mix, replace it with fly ash and slag, so we bring down the carbon profile even more. Zero harm safety policy is the #1 priority of this industry, and of course, best practice environmental stewardship and responsibility. Each site in Australia and in Queensland is governed by an environmental authority, as you know, and each site has its own site-specific environmental management plan, dust suppression, biodiversity, you name it. It is highly regulated, and a lot of money is invested to maintain their environmental record. So thank you. I think there might be one more slide. Sorry, yes, one more slide before I throw back to Charlie. The risk of supply constraints. So we have to get aggregate out of the ground. That aggregate has to be moved to a concrete batching plant to make the concrete, obviously. So Charlie mentioned it's a very light material. So transport costs really knock around the economics of aggregate. So if we have to move aggregate a longer distance, watch the price of concrete go up because it's only just added to the final cost. So we did some modelling to demonstrate how sensitive concrete costs would be if we had to start moving aggregate a longer distance. This is relevant to you because this will go straight to your bottom line. So when council is buying concrete and procuring roads, and its consumers are building, you're building hospitals, you're funding whatever for consumers or for your own council purposes, these costs will be passed on to you immediately. And it's very sensitive to the distance that is travelled. So for example, that blue circle is obviously the KRAs in the Gold Coast Council area. And let's say it's moving about 20 kilometres down into the Surfers Paradise region, the Gold Coast region, for batching. And let's assume a baseline price of $330 a cube for concrete. Let's go to the north of the blue circle. Let's go to an area that is 65 kilometres away. You can see what happens to the concrete price when you move the aggregate a longer distance. It increases to $373 a cube. So big increases. You go west and bring it in 95 k's from the Ipswich City Council. Concrete costs go to $401 a cube, or alternately you head south, you bring it from the scenic rim, you're moving it 70 k's, the concrete costs go up to $377 a cube. That slide is just to demonstrate the price sensitivity of the concrete, and it will get passed on to the council and to your residents. Thank you. Might throw back to Charlie at this stage.
Thanks, Doug. So as I sort of said at the start, we do want to have an enduring dialogue with councils, all councils. It's not just Gold Coast City Council that we are engaging with us at present. We have reached out to other colleagues, and we have met with other councils to date as well. So we certainly want to have an ongoing discussion. This is very much just a foot in the door for us. We want to have that continued discussion. We feel as though we understand Gold Coast City Council's objectives, or some of those publicly stated objectives, but this is not just a one-way dialogue that we're wanting to have. We are wanting to, as an industry, truly engage with our partners, as we do with all of our partners across our supply chain. If I look at that diagram, We touch everything. We certainly, in terms of the environment, we are very heavily regulated. We have large buffer areas around all of our operations. We operate very sustainably within the environment. If you look at obviously housing choice, we have a massive influence on housing in every community we operate. Our products are essential to any form of construction. Obviously, movement choice, we've spoken about roads, we've spoken about rail, we've spoken about how much we engage with each of those sectors. And I think building trust at the bottom, that's ultimately what we're here to do today, is start that dialogue as an industry body with the Gold Coast City Council. I know that each of the member companies engage directly and indirectly with council and council laws. But we as an industry body are here, ready, willing, and able to start those discussions. We want to achieve growth across all urban areas. We want to achieve growth across all of the communities in which we operate in. We want to do that sustainably, and we want to do that in conjunction with you as the Gold Coast City Council. I'm more than happy to open the floor to questions from anyone about anything we've discussed today. Certainly conscious of time, Mayor, but would like to open the floor to anyone that may have any questions about anything we've spoken about today, or anything that's been nagging you in your deliberations in other matters at all. So, if it's okay with you.
Yeah. Councillors, we'll go to question time, but I want it to be industry specific, not project specific. Okay? Yeah, because there's different other variables that we all know. So if you want to ask a question on industry specific, for instance, my first question would be, when it comes to the concrete, is there sustainability? What are you doing with the sustainability? Are you reusing something, or can you take down that path?
So there's a number of areas. So for me, sustainability covers a number of pieces. Circularity, so reuse, that is a common form. So a lot of returned concrete gets crushed down and substitutes for aggregate in the concrete mix. So that's conserving our raw materials, conserving resource in the ground, retaining it in the ground. We're crushing down demolition, clean concrete, wash out waste, and return concrete back to plant is one area. Each of the member companies, and I can certainly only talk for Heidelberg Materials, we've got a very strong focus on CO2 reduction within our concrete mixes, and probably over the last 5 to 7 years, we've probably seen year-on-year reductions of up to 2.5% of carbon embodied within our concrete mixes. Globally, there's a massive amount of research and development going into cement manufacture. That's where the majority of the CO2 within concrete comes from, and cement companies globally are attacking that. My parent company, domiciled in Heidelberg, is just producing the very first zero carbon cement globally. So there's a massive amount of investment going into CO2 reduction. Other areas of sustainability, water management, big focus for us, and then obviously biodiversity in other areas that we work around each of our quarries as well. So there's a lot going on in the world of sustainability.
Okay. All right. Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I had a question about virgin materials versus recycled materials and how the industry is going and getting, especially state government, to include that in their specs. I know it's been a fairly long journey getting, like, for example, recycled concrete aggregates into main roads spec. If you could talk to that. Then I was also interested in recycled sands. I know virgin sand is a commodity that's going to run out in SEQ. You guys are all investing in facilities to get concrete back to virgin sand product or recycled sands. Are we going to face the same problem with that, of getting engineers to agree to recycled sand in concrete batches for the tower demonstration you gave?
It's a slow process. We as an industry have to prove the capability in that space. At the moment, in terms of, I guess, we are putting recycled concrete into a number of house slabs, footpaths, footings up to 40 MPa, so strength. In terms of specifications for road-based TMR in particular, yes, that is a slow process, but they are slowly coming around to that for lower grade construction. Obviously, they're building products or want to have a 100-year design life for a number of roads, highways, etc. It's about us as an industry proving the capability of that product to match virgin materials capabilities in a construction setting. In terms of sand, a lot of work's going into recycled glass. We're having, the industry's using a lot of recycled glass across the spectrum, particularly in asphalt production as well. A lot of your road millings will go back into asphalt production as what we call recycled asphalt pavement. That goes back into asphalt production as well. So again, from the sustainability perspective, that is working. We as an industry body have a very good dialogue with Transport and Main Roads, and we're working with them to increase the scope of their specifications to include recycled concrete aggregate, generally from demolition waste. But as I sort of said, we also bring back a lot of waste concrete back into our concrete plants, and that goes back to our quarries. Is generally then crushed down depending on environmental approvals at various quarries. We're also constrained by how much we can do that in each location depending on the environmental conditions of that operation.
Okay. Another question, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and I think you've made it pretty clear, and I think this council is, well, we like to be a pragmatic council. We know what our intentions are, and I think the case is pretty clear. You want to be producing this product as close to you as you possibly can. So I get that and I understand that. With regard to answering the question that you've got on the screen, how best to continue the discussion to achieve your objectives, and I suppose to achieve your objectives, which is you'd like as many yeses from council as possible. I think there it's worth noting that it's my understanding that there can be conflicts in where we think that you have met compliance or where members have met their compliance. And in terms of, there may be thoughts from the member that they've met it, which is different to us. And that may then impact on decision making in the future. If we think compliance hasn't been met in the past, we're not that excited to do it in the future. So I suppose the question or the point is there a place for you as an industry body to come in or to engage on that front? I'm just attempting to find ways to work. Because I think everyone here, in an ideal world, if we didn't have any community or amenity concerns, we'd want to say yes to everything. So it's just solely, how do we address those community and amenity concerns?
I think you've almost probably absolutely hit it on the head. That's what we're here to do, to start engaging with where that is. I guess if you'll excuse me, in terms of, you comment that we want our operations as close as possible to us. That's not entirely true. We want it as close as possible to the end market. So the logistics. Yeah. So ultimately, our product need is consumed by the community. It is consumed by society. We want that to be as close as possible. Otherwise, we contribute to congestion. We contribute to truck movements, etc. In terms of our industry is very heavily regulated. And I'll speak for my organisation. We take that regulation very, very seriously, and our compliance with that exceptionally seriously. Not every cement, concrete and aggregate producer is represented by the CCAA, but the member companies that are will take that very seriously. We would like to, and this is where we want to engage with you, what areas of compliance do you see that we as an industry are not meeting? And then that's beholden on us to then address that with our member companies to change that perception within society or within the council, and that's what we'd like to do. And that's that enduring dialogue, that continual back and forth that we want to engage with the councils. There's council regulations, then there's state-based regulations, and then there's federal regulations that we are beholden to. So there's a number of different agencies that we engage with in different areas. I'm not sure if that totally addresses the question.
Councillor Young.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind if I make a little statement and pose a question?
Okay.
Thanks. Recently, we had the situation through the cyclone where Heidelberg approached the council to seek expansion of their operating hours, and that was granted due to the cyclone conditions. And I just wanted to comment on the ongoing discussion and negotiations that we had with your manager, Mr. Kenny Wong at Gaven, who we engaged with, and he was really receptive to the concerns of the community that I was trying to reflect to him, that being those extended operating hours. He really received them well, he dealt with it well, and in the end we were able to achieve a solution where no extended operating hours were necessary. So I'm very grateful for that engagement and his genuine recognition of the community concerns. And I wanted to ask a question. Well, we dealt with a batching plant proposal today, and unfortunately for your industry that was rejected. And I'd suggest that one of the key reasons was the disengagement with the local community. So I think that's a really significant aspect of what you may need to be addressing, and I wonder about the opportunity to engage with you, with the communities that I represent in the vicinity of the quarry at Gaven, and how we might progress that, please.
So, firstly, thank you very much for your for your comments there. I think you're absolutely correct. It is about the engagement with the community. Most of our member companies will engage with the communities. I won't necessarily talk at all to that particular application, other than to say that that application was not a member company. But yes, you're absolutely right. Community engagement is critical. We want to engage with council. We want to engage with the local communities. We want to be part of the communities in which we operate as an industry. So, hence, and we thank the council for their consideration in that instance. We're also pleased to say that we didn't have to enact that, and we made other arrangements. But very pleasing that the council was willing to have those discussions with us on that basis. I can talk to myself as a rep for Heidelberg Materials, and I'm sure my colleagues from other companies have had similar engagement there as well. But I think that's exactly right. It is about that engagement. That is why we are here today. To engage, to begin that conversation, and I guess hear that feedback from yourselves around the community engagement. What I will say is that we have done that in a number of instances. I don't want to talk about any particular operations, but I can talk to some that I've got running in other jurisdictions or other councils where that doesn't always get us across the line, despite the need for our products, despite the need for what we have. David sort of spoke about it's not just about new operations; it's also about expanding the conditions that constrain our ability to supply for existing operations as well. But certainly take your point around the engagement with the community. It is a big focus for each of the member companies.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is, without identifying any individual companies, how many and generally where are the unconstructed KRAs in the city, in the local government area?
I may have to refer to a couple of my colleagues on that one. The KRA is generally a larger area, and then the member companies will then look to secure land within those key resource areas.
Yep.
So the key resource area can cover a very large extent, but it's basically then beholden on who the landholder actually is for each lot within that KRA area.
I think I'm just trying to get a picture of, there was a graph that showed, the growth in the city and the shortfall. I'm just trying to get in my head a very broader sense of how many there are. And
to go back to that chart, I could show you what are the undeveloped. There's only one undeveloped KRA on the Gold Coast local government area.
that answers my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just having a look, obviously the CCAA had developed, in regards to concrete batching, because we were talking about this today, but has developed, I think, with the Department of Environment and Science, a best practice or code of practice.
Yes.
And I was having a look at that, and because we talked about it today, and obviously we did not approve a batching plant, and it came down to industrial zoning, and I saw in here best practice control measures. this is advice to the industry, locate your plant in an appropriately zoned industrial area away from sensitive noise receptors. So I'm just interested, do you as a body work with the industry to try and, it seems like location and zoning is really important, and co-location. What are you doing around finding appropriate locations so that, you know, we can signal the community that's high impact and that's where they're going?
So in terms of concrete batching plants, yes, absolutely. That can be more flexible, if you like. The quarries themselves, that's constrained by geology. Yeah, that's where the rock's in the ground, and that's the challenge. And I understand the challenge for you as well.
State government decide that part.
They do the KRAs, and then planning around the impact use. We have had some dialogue recently in regards to Yatala in particular, and the zoning in the Yatala area specifically related to concrete batch plants.
Any other question, Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, just a final question. Apologies, Mr. Mayor. A final question through you. So, you know, those KRA areas, and I think it's my area, so I have the Northern Darlington Range area, where several of your groups have got quarries. To expand your footprints requires you to get not just state approvals for vegetation clearing, but federal approvals. I was hoping you'd give some insight into your advocacy with the federal government on them acknowledging that, you know, to make all this work, they're going to have to be willing to look at their federal clearing approvals and those KRAs. Otherwise, where's this rock coming from?
Correct. So the EPBC Act is the federal act that you're referring to. So we do have to, jump through both federal, state, and then local planning approvals. So it is a very, very convoluted, well, not convoluted, but a very, very long process for us to go through that area. We engage federally, both through the CCAA as well as the CIF as well, on those matters. So yeah, we do the rock in the ground is the first stage. Then we've got to be able to clear that. We've got to have offset areas where we're either revegetating or sterilising areas to ensure that the vegetation, you know, remains, and sometimes that involves planting new habitat for certain species as well. So there's a lot to do in terms of the vegetation. We've then also got obviously the Department of Environment and Science, so the state-based regulations and regulations imposed on us by the state in terms of the planning conditions, and then obviously council conditions then overlaid on top of that as well. So that's where it can sometimes be a frustration for the industry that we tick off all those federal, state, and sometimes local council boxes, yet we then get to the final decision, and it's not back after years of work to tick everything that we feel as an industry we should tick. Obviously, the community concerns then become the determining factor.
Any other question? Thank you very much for giving us the heads up and where you're going industry-wise. Much appreciated. So give us a better understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose that the question I pose, and it is that, you know, the discussion through David and the CCAA is how do we best continue this discussion moving forward, and is there a willingness from the council to continue this line of discussion furthermore to understand our industry and for us to understand more the concerns as you as councillors as well as your constituents in relation to our industry, and how do we generate a much more formal social licence to operate such that we can continue to assist in the building of the Gold Coast City Council. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Right, councillors. Well, we'll go back to 11.2, governance, administration, and finance. Councillor Patterson.
I move that the minutes of the 855 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee held on Tuesday the 29th of April 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Okay. councillors, I want to deal with 6.5, but I think it'll take a little bit of time. So I'll just park that for a minute and come back to 6.5. Any other items apart from 6.5 you wish to deal with? No? Then we go to 6.5. Yeah. Okay, Mr. CEO, if you can leave. Okay. You've got the attachment, was attachment 11 for me? Isn't there?
No,
I thought I saw it.
Yeah, so in the minutes, it hasn't been updated, the policy, Mr. Mayor, yet,
Okay.
but in the notes that I've provided to you,
The one, I don't mind whether I'm moving it or not, but I just want to draw your attention to item 2C and read the last two words as amended. Okay. Just leave it there for a minute. Yep. Basically, councillors, under that amendment, I wasn't at the committee meeting, but just cut the long story short, under the Local Government Act, I've got additional responsibility that I have to do as mayor, and the responsibility under clause 4 for responsibility for the mayor is I go down to item D, conducting a performance appraisal of the chief executive officer at least annually in the way that is decided by local government. So just keep that. That's a state local government act, so that prevails regardless of whatever our policy is doing. As a matter of fact, if we to do a policy that's not in line with that, would be alter virus. Okay, so we just get one thing at a time. So what happens then? We moved ahead, and regarding advertise for the CEO, and as late as the 3rd of December last year, Council made a resolution with a recommendation, resolution number G24.1203.084, and I draw your attention to item clause 3, which I'll read to you, saves you looking it up. That Council resolved that the Mayor be authorised to negotiate on behalf of Council the terms of the contract of employment to be entered into between Council and the Chief Executive Officer, including setting the performance standards to be met by the Chief Executive Officer, and B, setting condition of employment, including remuneration. So in line with local government, Council made a unanimous decision back there to for me to go ahead. So what I do, Councillor Gates?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out to councillors that I actually drew this out at committee.
Okay.
I just want to explain to you, though, I was only concerned about page 131. And on page 131, it indicated that our confidential was added to the policy, but it was already in existence in the prior policy. And my question related to it being confidential from councillors. And I know that when we last considered it, you made the offer for all councillors to come to your office and view the KPOs at any time they wished, that we were welcome to do that. So I did draw it out, but I was mistaken because it was already in the existing policy that it was to remain confidential, but you had made that offer to us.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so what happens here? I'm just trying to recap it correctly. So we made the motion on the 3rd of December, and then we go ahead and sign the contract. I signed a contract with the CEO on the 19th of February, right? So, and including that contract, of course, the set of KPI that I set for him to work on, and under that, that's my monitoring of his performance. Now, if this amendment of the resolution is that the KPI is to be set by council, it would be in contravention of the contract that we signed with the CEO. And so happy to share the KPI. If you've got any queries, come and see me. And I'm at the moment in the middle of it. But I don't believe there's room for council to debate a KPI on the CEO because it's been delegated to me, and it's also under the Local Government Act. That's what I'm trying to avoid. If that, as amended, I don't see why you need to try to amend it for that. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The intent behind the changes was to reflect what is the current policy, except to allow for the more flexibility on the dates. So the current policy is really specific about what month or whatever it needs to be done. So we wanted to provide the flexibility on that. But we did think that there was value, and the way we discussed it at committee, it would still be negotiated. It would be you determining it, but the KPIs would be presented to council and considered by council from you before that's complete. That is what this current standing policy suggests. So we, rather than changing it, which is what this suggested, we're saying, well, let's just keep with that and allow the flexibility of the dates.
Am I okay? Let me. Am I right that you wanted to debate on the KPI? That's what I'm getting at.
I'm struggling
to get the amended document up.
Mr. Mayor, I'm reading the amended document here. It doesn't appear to imply that we share any feedback on the KPOs. It's just that you advise us when that job is done. So I don't know what the previous policy was, but the marked up policy over here. Yeah, it's just advised. It's not. I didn't get any when I read it. I didn't get any sense that you were required to consult us about the KPOs that you. And so my question, if you don't mind, where are you grabbing the idea? If you are grabbing the idea that councillors should be consulted about the KPOs, because that's not how I'm reading it. The only obligation I think you've got here is that you will let us know when it's done and advise councillors regarding the outcome. That's the only thing I can see there.
Well, the second half of clause 4 on the policy statement. Well, let me read the whole clause. It's easier, right? Maybe I'm misreading it, but let's see. The Mayor will provide a written report to the next available council meeting on the outcome of the annual performance appraisal. Fair enough. That'll be done. And council will resolve the forthcoming year's KPOs.
At all. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper, but I've got a marked up policy piece here.
I've got a CEO's annual performance appraisal.
So it was resolved by committee to change.
No, here. That's the page. I don't know. You got this page, everyone?
Sorry, I'm not reading.
All right, let's put it on the screen. On the screen it goes. No, that's one that's on the screen. Let's be on the same page. Okay. Right, I just read that out, right? So I don't have the problem at all, the first part. And the second part where it says, and council will resolve the forthcoming KPOs. My thing is, well, that's never been done before. Yeah, but I'm just saying, all right. Well, so what I'm getting at is, so do you want to do the KPI? And the thing is, the contract doesn't reflect that.
Yeah.
Sorry about my question system. I was reading the agenda and not the minutes of the meeting. My apologies.
Okay, so that's what I'm referring to, right?
Yeah, so I'm supportive of the officer's recommendation, which doesn't include those items. And I wasn't at committee, so I've misunderstood. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the other reason this came to us was for the reason that the existing policy says the Mayor will provide a written report to the Events, Tourism and Governance Committee, and there is no longer such a committee. And so that was one of the reasons that the officers brought this to us.
That's why I haven't done it.
To take it to full council. And so it is correct to say that the existing policy said, and I'll quote, the Mayor and the CEO shall initially agree upon the KPOs for the following year, and the council will determine the forthcoming year's KPOs at a full meeting of council prior to the 31st of August each year. So I wasn't aware that we discussed that at the committee, other than the change in bringing it to full council, and I raised a concern that it shouldn't be confidential to councillors.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Let's get that one clear. It's not confidential, councillors.
That was my concern.
But the second part where it says council will resolve the forthcoming year's KPO, right? You can have that in there, but it doesn't override the contract between the council and the CEO, of which it says, I set the KPOs.
Right, understood.
So that's why I'm saying second part of that sentence shouldn't be there.
Okay.
Unless you want it there, and I take no notice of it anyway. Because I can't.
Yeah.
Councillor Patterson.
I hear that. I understand that, Mr. Mayor. And just following what Councillor Gates said, the intent was to just have what's in the existing policy, but just have it aligned. I wonder if you think, I do think that there is value in council understanding and considering and giving you thoughts on KPOs. Maybe the word resolve, if we think council will consider the forthcoming year's KPOs.
But the contracts typically say is working it out together with the CEO and myself.
I appreciate that, but council would like you to consider our thought on it before you do that.
I don't mind to do that.
So if
but that doesn't mean I will take it on.
No, that's right.
So
I get that.
No point having it in there.
So I think the word resolve, I appreciate that. And if we took the word resolve out, because that means we decide it here. But I think if we, and that language is my understanding that was in the original. But if we made it that council will consider. So then you are getting our feedback. You can do with it what you wish. But that there is that discussion prior to you entering into those negotiations.
Councillor Doran.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a proposed change to put forward?
My thing is just take out the last line, from and onwards. And if you don't trust me to bring my draft KPO to you, well, bad luck. I intend to, right? But if you say, I resolve that you do it, well, hell, I'm not going to do it because I'm bound by the contract.
Mr. Mayor, if we really don't like the KPOs that you sent to us, we can put a general business item up and go through the process of making a change to the policy. But right now, I think after 13 years of doing the CEO's performance reviews, every single time I've seen that report, it lines up with all the things that are in our operational plan. It's not, to me, it's not rocket science.
I don't make it up.
Yeah. Well, no. But it's linked to resolutions of council, Mr. Mayor. I've never ever seen anything in that report with the CEO that isn't linked to resolutions of council that have been in place. So I think you just take it out altogether, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll delete. So how do we formulate that? Just so is this attachment 11? Am I right? So can we say that attachment 11, just go clause 4, delete, and council will resolve the forthcoming year's KPIs. I'll move that motion if nobody wants it. Second, Councillor Patterson. Question, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm interested, would we have any eyes on the forthcoming year's KPOs at all under that?
I'm working on it at the moment.
Pardon me?
I'm working on it at the moment.
Yeah, and would council get to see it?
I intend to.
It's still in.
That'll do. Am I right? We're good? Second, Councillor Patterson, are you? All right. Anyone speak against that? I'm sure some are. No. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? All right. I'll call it again. Division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Okay. Against? Okay. Carried super majority. All right. Councillor Hemel, can you take the chair? I just need 5 minutes. Or unless everyone wants to have a break. I don't know. Do you want a 5-minute break? Councillor Hamill, could you call Mr. CEO in? Go.
Councillors, is there any other items in the GAF committee that anyone would like to deal with? In that case, Councillor Patterson.
Chair, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted. Oh no, we didn't adopt that one either, right? Did we? Yes, we did.
Yep.
I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All those in favour? Against? Done. Councillor Curtis, I think that takes us over to you. No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Tozer, my apologies. There's one. Councillor Tozer, over to you.
Councillor Hamill. I move that the minutes of the 855th Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee meeting held on Thursday the 1st of May 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Councillors, any items we'd like to deal with separately? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to deal with items 6.2 and move a change recommendation.
We're going to item 6.2.
We'll keep standing.
Councillor Doran, your change recommendation, is it with Chamber support?
Yes.
So we'll get that change recommendation up. If we could just scroll down just to see it in its entirety. Councillors, the Mayor is back with us, so we will change over chairs quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've just moved a change recommendation to item 6.2, which relates to the street art wall pilot. That change recommendation is up on the screen, Mr. Mayor. And looking for a seconder.
Oh, I was hoping it would lapse for one of a seconder.
6.2.
Yeah, no, just a second. No. You moved committee on me.
We kept going.
Okay, good.
I have a seconder.
Seconder is Councillor Gates. You take that?
Yes.
Okay. What, you got a question?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to understand what the changes are from the original committee motion. I want
To not go ahead.
don't go ahead.
It's basically to not do a go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, so the change recommendation, Mr. Mayor, seeks to do 4 things. I spoke against this item at committee, and so the change recommendation seeks to note the work of officers, acknowledge the successes, Mr. Mayor, of your graffiti management policy, which
Councils,
which I note, Mr. Mayor, was something that you
order.
Yeah, thank you.
that you referenced. The mayor in up in Paris actually said that it was something that he liked about the city of Gold Coast. Acknowledges that the city says that we do not endorse the street art practice wall pilot project currently, Mr. Mayor, but we will revisit the initiative in July 2026 if there has been a 25% reduction in the city graffiti removal costs in the 25-26 financial year when compared to now. And then the last one, Mr. Mayor, I think is really important. It was spoken about in committee and from officers that this is about, as much as anything, about facilitating the development of street artists. And I guess the number 4 says, well, we have a really successful art box program and a gallery available to councillors to use and to select for their area. And I'm saying here that local street artists are encouraged to submit their works for that program and therefore potentially showcasing throughout the city. Mr. Mayor, I can't support the recommendation that was put forward at committee because I'm dealing with graffiti and tagging in my area every single day, and it was sustained and justified in the numbers that were given to us from after committee about some of the costs associated. And Division 11 is in this financial year is 3rd in the total costs to remove graffiti in my area. I think that there should be no daylight between a policy that the city adopts, an encouragement here of street art, which is a version of graffiti, and the current graffiti management policy. I don't think that we should encourage it, but at the same time seek to remove it and discourage it. And so for me, I think this will increase graffiti in my area. I think that what it will do is it will set about 2 locations in the city where artists or graffiti artists will go to put their best work. And in the meantime, they'll practice somewhere else. So because they won't want to showcase their best work in front of everybody. It'll lead to a cluster of antisocial behaviour, and I believe it'll lead to an increase in graffiti throughout our area. Mr. Mayor, street art has a really big role to play in a city, any city, right? But it should be the art that we choose, where we choose it, and when we choose it. I have regularly had to go out during the day and report graffiti in the same spot from the same artists every single week, and I don't want to have any daylight between the 2 things, street art and graffiti management. But the other thing, Mr. Mayor, is it was spoken about in committee that this is a respectful community, right? That they won't paint over another artist's work and they are respectful of the culture that they're seeking to be a part of. Well, point number 3 says, well, if you are a respectful community and you are responsible in our community, well, then let's see a reduction over the course of the next financial year and then revisit this issue. And if we can see that the behaviour has declined, and I might say, when I say behaviour, Mr. Mayor, we are already seeing a 25%, 20% drop year on year since 2021-22 in cost to the city. I'm noting that this is not confidential. But 21-22 removal costs were 1 million. 23-24 760,000 year-on-year decrease, and so far this financial year 530. So it is working. The policy is working. So I'm saying to councillors, okay, this might be a good idea, and there'll be some that will be more inclined to support it than I. But if we see another reduction of 25%, that's cost saving to the city, then let's reward them with a review of it at that time. At this point, I don't want to put a reverse or even a decline in the success of the graffiti management policy at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I'd love to know what, through ChatGPT, what was the graffiti expenditure in 2011? It was phenomenal. Is that a question? No, it wasn't speaking against the motion. Against the motion? Against? All right. Can I go with Peter first, and then I'll come back to you?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. I just want to offer an input based on experience. In Nerang some years ago, we had a committee that was dealing with graffiti and muraling. We engaged with Department of Transport, Main Roads. We engaged with council officers, asset owners. We engaged with the neighbourhood centre and those providing services and engagement with young people. We engaged with the police, and we were able to drive down the incidence of graffiti significantly through very proactive behaviour, which included providing opportunities for murals, which were conducted both on public land, in parklands, and on private land, where owners who had repeatedly been graffitied asked for their site to be included in the program. When we identified appropriate artwork, it was signed off by the owners and installed, and they didn't experience graffiti again. We approached shop owners and we encouraged them not to make spray cans and other art mechanisms available readily to young people, to put them behind counters and behind caged what am I looking for? Cabinets and so forth. And we were able to drive down the incidence of graffiti very significantly. We had a very proactive program. The costs were virtually nothing. And the active art, we engaged with, as I said, asset owners like DTMR, and they readily gave up those opportunities for young people to paint in places where it was safe to do so. The police, we would hold barbecues and invite these young kids along, and the police would come and cook the barbecue. So there was engagement between them, and you could really see the whole process of socialisation taking over and respect coming from that, and the police having the opportunity to talk about graffiti and how bad it is, and how it's sort of a roadway to other crimes. And so we're able to put a blanket on that. And so I would imagine that if we are going to have another report about an art policy, we need to look at things comprehensively. It's no good just setting rules and hoping that everything's going to work out. I think we really have to engage with service providers and the networks in our community that have the opportunity to bring young people to us, and for us to engage with them and give opportunity for these sorts of productive outcomes. I support the muraling because, like, the incidence of graffiti, as I said, plummeted. We had beautiful artwork. It was sustained for a long time. It was appreciated by the local community and by private property owners. We had less incidents of crime altogether, it seemed, and a happier group of young people. We had to abandon that policy when the graffiti management policy came in, and it was pretty unfortunate, pretty sad. Everyone was very disappointed with that outcome. So I welcome the reintroduction of this, but it has to be a complete package. And to use Councillor Doran's words, no daylight between the two. You know, there's an opportunity to properly bring these together. I'm opposed to us not going ahead with a street art practice wall pilot at this point in time. But I do think if we're going to, if this motion is successful, we need to have a proper consideration of all of the aspects.
Would you like to foreshadow the committee recommendation?
Yes, I'll foreshadow that in case this fails. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder?
on a foreshadowed motion, but I was going to foreshadow the motion as the chair. That's all right. We did have some
I'm
debate.
just testing you.
Community, whatever you like, Mr. Mayor.
For the motion, anyone? For the motion. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you actually highlighted that before you came to town, before you became our mayor, this problem was far worse. And I think that I can well recall when the city was spending over $1.2 million a year on graffiti removal. And so the information that's been provided to us during the week shows a marked reduction in the cost associated with graffiti removal. I can't support this initiative because my view is similar to Councillor Doran's.
You're speaking in favour of the motion.
You can't support this.
You are supporting this.
I'm sorry, yeah, I can't support the committee recommendation, I'm sorry, because I think this supports more graffiti in our city. I think it's very important that we don't provide a canvas for them to practice their so-called art. I mean, the damage to public infrastructure, ratepayer-funded infrastructure across the city has been extreme, and the Art Wall project has worked beautifully. And where we have designated buildings for a professional artist to apply their craft, there's been great success. And so I think that that has merit, expanding that program, and perhaps in consultation with the Queensland Police even. There are opportunities where we could engage, as has been suggested by Councillor Young. I also have a bit of an issue with this being a suggested resolution when both of the suggested walls are way down in the south of the city, and I don't see that kids in the north or even white-collar workers who have been known to be graffiti vandals. In fact, it's always been quite surprising that that's the case, that even people into their 20s who are white-collar workers have been known to graffiti public infrastructure. So for me, it's just not a good thing to be in support of. I mean, if it's a private wall and someone gets permission, then that's a different thing. But the public infrastructure that the ratepayers of this city help fund should really be protected as best we can without, in my view, encouraging vandalism. And I just can't see that there's a clear line between a practice wall, as has been determined in the report, and graffiti vandalism.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually a bit sad that there is a sentiment in the council chambers today that that graffiti is going to go away if we make more rules or if we enforce them better. Graffiti by its very nature is non-compliant. It's not the kind of art that pays attention to rules, and there's no amount of enforcement that can stop people from expressing their creativity through art. And I don't like tagging at all. And frankly, what I loved about the motion that we talked about at committee and the report that we had from committee is that there was to be no change to the zero tolerance that we take for tagging in public infrastructure. There was no change to any of that. And I think that was really encouraging to me, because I know in my community where we do have tagging and things like that, I want council officers to duck out there within 72 hours and just get that sorted. And you can see in the figures that Councillor Doran has read before that we're seeing a reduction in the cost of removing graffiti, and there is that zero tolerance policy is not proposed to change. We talked about it in the committee and it remains here. The committee recommendation acknowledged that that zero tolerance policy was to remain. What I think was exciting about the report we got in committee, and what is probably the antithesis of the heart of this motion, is that it undermines all the other things that we try to do. You know, I talked a little bit in committee about this idea of carrot and stick, and sometimes it's really important to take an enforcement, a compliance approach to certain things so people stop doing them. But there's also times where we can try to channel creative energy into particularly, more productive activities or more productive locations. And in this case, we've got an issue anyway, because the Ernest Junction Tunnel which was the kind of catalyser or the catalyst to this whole issue, is already a place where we're a bit lenient. There's 40 years of graffiti in that tunnel. It's layered centimetres thick. To be fair, you know, we've been kind of nominally overlooking some of the graffiti in that, and it'd be fair to say that it's been building up over quite some time. Whilst we take a zero tolerance policy to tagging in lots of places, the improvement that we have seen over the last 13 years that you and I have served has actually taken into account that there are certain places where there's already graffiti that we kind of, you know, we see that there's graffiti there and we can't catch it. The idea that by taking that away and not having any positive alternative will reduce graffiti more, I think is problematic. I don't think it's actually supported by the evidence. I think the reality is over the last 10 years, we have been lifting our investment in arts and culture. We have been in certain locations tolerating street art of different types. We have introduced things like the Art Box program, which frankly isn't designed for street art. We have some great artists in the city that have participated in the Art Box program, but it's not traditional street art. And frankly, you know, this idea came out of an acknowledgement that at Ernest Junction Tunnel, where graffiti artists have been plying their trade for 40 years, you know, deploying their creativity for 40 years, we're going to shut that off. We're going to put fences around it. We're going to make it as part of the, I think it's called the Southern Region Rail Trail or something along those lines, some sort of rail trail, and they're going to have to go elsewhere. And in managing that issue that we know is coming ahead, the best place we could think of is find 2 divisional councillors who are nominally supportive of this idea that street art can work, and let's channel this issue that we know is going to come into those locations. And so Councillor Young and Councillor Martin have been consulted at length, and you've already heard Councillor Young speak positively about this idea, and Councillor Martin may get a chance to speak today, maybe not, who knows, depends on who speaks for the motion. But Expressive Ground is a place where I would describe edgy and fringe societal activity occurs, particularly among young people who are kind of testing the boundaries of what they can do and can't do. And there is already street art on the Expressive Ground building. There's already street art out there. You know, it's a great place for us to experiment with this trial. And that brings me to my next point. This is not a permanent position of council. This is just a trial. You know, all we're really trying to do is over the next 6 months to 12 months, come up with a new idea that we can test whether we can find an awesome artist who might utilise their creative energy positively and be trained or be mentored and actually both channel their maybe previously antisocial behaviour into more social behaviour, but also improve in their art and become a great artist. And in the report, you'll see examples on page 28 and 29 of the agenda, in fact 29 and 30. You'll see a bunch of examples of places where this has been kind of delivered before. And one thing we only really touched on very lightly was the potential economic impact. In some cities around the world, in Australia and around the world, street art is celebrated as a tourist attraction. And we haven't ever kind of experimented with this, but that trial, the trial that we're going to undertake, might end up uncovering for us, you know, a great artist who can, you know, ultimately be a tourist attraction for the city. And to me, that's a really low-cost way to attract new people and new artists and cultural advocates from other cities to come and visit us. So because we think that, you know, there's a couple of reasons why I think this motion should fail today and we should go back to the committee recommendation. And the first is graffiti artists are going to keep doing their trade regardless. They're not going to stop as a result of us introducing enforcement. They're not going to stop. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. And just by taking enforcement, we miss an opportunity to channel creative energy into positive outlets. The 2 locations where we've already had trials have already got issues with graffiti in that area, and it allows us a controlled environment to kind of help monitor that, which will ultimately lower costs to council. And then the last is this potential for an economic impact in the city. This idea of art tourism is exciting to me, and we're never going to know unless we trial it. This seems like a really low-cost way to trial it and also deliver a great outcome for maybe kids and young people and adults who are maybe currently channeling their energy negatively or antisocially and putting them on a path that can be more positive. We should reject this motion today. Councillor Doran's motion should fail, and we should go with the committee recommendation. It would be the right thing to do, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Doran to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this was debated at committee, and I lost. It is my view that my constituents don't want to drive around their suburb and see tagging and vandalism on our public infrastructure. It is my view that the graffiti management policy has done exactly what it was intended to do. We have seen a reduction in graffiti and therefore a reduction in cost to the ratepayer because of it. It's my view that street art can be practiced not on public infrastructure. You can buy a canvas from Officeworks and practice it at home. You don't need to do it on a public infrastructure for it to be art. It's my view that the Art Box program can take submissions, that the city can do murals, can do street art in a place and time that's been approved by the council. Some numbers here. It's $110,000 cost and $60,000 to $70,000 a year in OPEX. Is it worth it? I don't think it is. I think that, to Councillor Tozer's point, this is a non-compliant industry. We've dealt with compliance today, might I remind councillors. So far this year, 4,426 reported cases of graffiti in the city so far this financial year. 4,426. I'd argue that somebody starts tagging and graduates, and this here is going to, despite the good intentions of those who have spoken against this motion, this will get out to the community that we do somewhat condone unchecked graffiti on public infrastructure. I mean, that's what it is. I believe that this shouldn't be where we put ratepayers' money. I believe that if we do want to encourage this, I have left open the possibility in this change recommendation that next year we consider it if they do see a reduction again. I think that this is a sensible changed recommendation. I believe that we should put no daylight between the graffiti management policy and the encouragement of further graffiti on our public assets.
Debate's closed, councillors. The motion is in front of you. Change recommendation. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call.
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Doran.
Against.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Motion's lost. The recommendation now becomes a motion. The foreshadow, the committee recommendation. Now I ask for a seconder. Councillor Tozer. Councillor Peter Young, do you want to speak further on it?
Just briefly, thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor. I should explain that when we conducted sessions for young people to come along, we engaged artists in Nerang and we brought along young people who were engaged in illegal tagging. We taught them new techniques in spraying, painting, and all sorts of amazing outcomes were achieved, like really beautiful artwork. And then those people conducted that skill or exercised that skill in appropriate places. And our incidence of graffiti did decline. My only expectation with this, Mr. Mayor, and it's not explicit in the report, is that there would be some interaction between the manager of the arts and culture and the local councillors affected with these proposed walls, because I think that ongoing kind of interaction will be important to the success. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Against, Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to accept that the majority of councillors want this. I was wondering if I could read out a potential amendment and Councillor Young could consider whether he would like to include it. And it is that prior to providing access to the street art practice wall or council workshops, confirmation be sought from Queensland Police and known graffiti vandals be excluded from the pilot.
Councillor Young.
I'm happy for that to form part of the process that's proposed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can you reread that so the minute taken can put it in? What's wrong?
Look, while I understand the sentiment of what the councillor is saying, I have no awareness or ability to confirm that Queensland Police will provide us with that information. Yeah.
I wouldn't come to committee without checking. I spoke with Chief Superintendent Craig Hanlon, and he was quite happy to assist us in that regard.
Well, I've given my response.
Yeah. Okay. Against? Well, we had one for, one against, and then it's you, Councillor Patterson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to bring council's attention.
I was the seconder of the original motion. I'm not satisfied with that amendment.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
then,
if Councillor Gates would like to move that amendment, obviously you're the chair, but I'm not comfortable unless Councillor Young can seek a seconder.
A seconder.
I don't support
I'll second it.
An alternative
I don't
seconder.
support it either.
I'll second it.
Okay, but I will speak to it anyway.
You okay for a change in the seconding? Is everyone okay with that? Otherwise, I'll go amended motion and all that. We're good? Okay, so it's...
I would like to see the words.
I don't like it.
Mr. Mayor, just a procedural. It really should be an amendment.
It is.
It should be an amendment. We had a mover and a
You're
seconder.
right. Remove item 4 there because it's a live motion. This is the one. You want to move and amend it?
I'll move the amendment, Mr. Mayor. It's quite interesting, but I'll move it.
It's an amended motion.
I didn't second the amendment. So I seconded the original motion. I think we have a live motion on the floor. And then Councillor Gates has proposed an amendment, and now we need to deal with the amendment. Which when I have a chance, I'll speak against.
Okay, well, I'll speak against it. No, I won't.
It's an amended motion moved by Councillor Gates. Seconder, have I got a seconder? Councillor Fowler? And we'll deal with the amended motion. Councillor Gates.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't want to take up everybody's time by barking the same stuff that's already been said. So it's quite clear that my view is that we shouldn't reward people who vandalised our city infrastructure. And so I'm interested in making sure that if it's truly an art practice wall, that people who are interested in art for art's sake and not for tagging or vandalism are provided access to that wall. And it's clearly the will of the council to provide the walls. So I'm happy to support that outcome as long as we have appropriate artists involved in the program and not people who are costing our ratepayers funding by repairs to city infrastructure that we all experience on a weekly basis. So I so moved, Mr. Mayor.
Move. Seconder, speaking against, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is, I think the sentiment of this makes some practical sense, but I think it's fraught with a bunch of issues. And those issues relate to this idea that we're trying to change behaviour compels us to consider engaging with people who may not have done the right thing as a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old as a minor. And this idea that somehow the Queensland Police Service will provide us the detail of minors or, people who have, maybe committed crimes in the past and prevent them from engaging and channeling their creative energy more positively.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but it wasn't anything to do with that. There was a register of taggers that the Queensland Police put together. It was something that existed. I don't believe they still keep that record, but they do have...
No, I won't take that as a point of order. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Frankly, this idea that, we would exclude people who have done something wrong in the past principally undermines the program itself. We are actually trying to come up with a positive way to change behaviour. And by, excluding those people, we miss an opportunity. Now, there is no doubt that some people in this city want to act antisocially. They're going to tag things, and that's going to be it. And I think that if those sort of people are in the program, our only hope can be that as we go through that process, we will meet our obligations under other laws, saying that if we see something that's illegal, we will report it. But this idea that we will take people's past behaviour and prevent them from participating in something that is more positive and better undermines the premise entirely. this amendment should fail. We should just get on with the job, undertake the trial, and then work out where to after we work out whether the trial works or not. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Peter Young, final words.
Thanks,
Not required. Debate's closed. We're voting on the amended motion, councillors. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor LaCastra.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
The amendment is defeated, lost. That's lost, so we go back to the original motion. And Councillor Patterson wants to speak for it. Am I right?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I want to make it a note of two. The council notes that the wall aims to divert graffiti activity from Ernst Junction Tunnel. I thought for those councillors who haven't been to Ernst Junction Tunnel, they may be interested to know that the community who advocated for preservation of this space, who would be the first to call me up and say, why haven't you taken those tags off the bus stop, are really quite disappointed that this street work is no longer able to be there because of preservation of the heritage listed site. Because I have seen so much value there. I've spoken to some of the guys there and I asked them, oh, what's your work about? And they say, no, I'm not telling you. That's fine. But there is so much more in terms of street wall art than what could be put on a box in front of a Bellevue Park State School or something. It isn't the same thing. The engagement between the street wall art, it has been such a beautiful success at Ernst Junction. The only reason is our heritage team says it's not acceptable anymore because of preservation of the tunnel. The only thing I have an issue with this recommendation is that there isn't a wall in Division 6, but we can work on that in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Against the motion? No, nobody? Councillor Doran?
Quick, because I have spoken a bit. I just want to talk to a couple of very quick things that have been raised, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Young referenced some of the positive things that were engaged in the previous trial. I just point out that none of those initiatives are included in this, Councillor Young. I also point out that graffiti is defined under the Queensland Criminal Code, and therefore we shouldn't be encouraging it any further. And I'll just make the point again that the policy's working. Graffiti is coming down. There is opportunity for street art throughout the city in the urban art program and the art box program. We can facilitate murals. This isn't, to me, this isn't the right way to go about this policy. Thanks.
So what does the Queensland government define street art as then?
See, it's the graffiti is defined.
No, street art. Did they define street art?
Urban art. I do urban art for the purpose of the council, a subset of public art which includes murals, digital printed wraps, projections and other applied treatments delivered through standardised methods.
All right. Councillor Peter Young, to close. How about I close for you then? All right. Councillors, only short like this. After this, Google Banksy. Street art, and basically what they do, doesn't matter where it is, people just stop by. Matter of fact, people has driven to go and see the street art, and it's just on a wall. Like you can, before you can read out and touch it even, but now some of it got perspex on top, and people take photos of it. I was one of those. So if we can get street art going here, I think that'd be very nice. Councillors, the debate's now closed. I put the motion to you. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Doran.
Carry supermajority. Councillors, any items to deal separately? Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the committee recommendation on item 6.5, please, just so I can discuss it.
6.5, mover, seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. While I have the floor, I want to recognise the attempts that were made in committee to reflect a position I had, which was to seek support for a $20,000 contribution from local area works in Division 5 to an existing program of eradicating cat's claw, which is a significant weed and a very high priority weed for us, from private properties in the Guanabara Valley. So I've had numerous approaches, and that in fact was the driver behind the petition. People are a bit frustrated about trying to deal with this very invasive weed and very damaging weed and not getting much support from council, whereas in other jurisdictions they noted those people are getting support. So I recognise that wording that was provided at the committee and endorsed by the committee chairman, thank you, Councillor Tozer, didn't get success, and I appreciate that the reasons that were discussed by the councillors at committee. Since then, I've tried to find if we can get the right wording, and it's deemed not possible. So I'm not moving any amendment. I'm happy with the report and happy to support it. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items still separately? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. 11.4, water, waste and energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 855 Water, Waste and Energy Committee held on Tuesday the 6th of May 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, 7.1, please.
We go to 7.1.
And Mr Mayor, would seek to move us to close as it deals with budget matters.
Moving to close. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Streaming's on. Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the item, Mr Mayor.
Second to Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. 11.5 Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 855 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 6th of May 2025, covered by recommendation 1 to 8, be received.
Seconder. Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Tozer.
Just the 6.2, please.
We're going to 6.2.
And I'd like to move instead the officer's recommendation, which is on page...
Instead of the change recommendation, you wanted to...
It's a change. It's the officer's recommendation from the agenda, Mr Mayor.
The one...
So not the committee recommendation.
Page 8?
It is on page... Sorry, Mr Mayor, I should have had this in the preparation.
37. 37.
Page 37, thank you. Although I'm actually going to just do one from the officer's recommendation, not two.
Is that the one on the screen?
It's just without 2 and 3.
Okay. Seconder?
Oh, failed.
Okay, lapse.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Gates, did you want to do this one, did you? Was it something else?
It wasn't me. Mine is 7.2.
Oh, right.
Mr. Mayor.
Anyone?
7.1, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Since we had, I wasn't on Transport Committee, but this change was thankfully discussed by Councillor Gates. My position on this, on the Urban Forest Plan, is it's a great body of work and it needs to be done.
Are you going to move this first? Or?
So I will move it with a slight amendment if I can. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
That's what I want to know. I want to have a
I'll
motion
speak to it
first.
after. So really I just wanted to take out are not delayed due to budget reallocation. Just in number 2, are not delayed due to budget reallocation, and then I'll speak to it.
Hey?
So basically I have had...
No, you can't speak to it yet.
Sorry.
I've got to get a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Okay. Now you can speak to it.
My intention is that we do move forward with the Urban Forest Plan as per city officers did recommend. I have had it confirmed since talking to city officers since the committee meeting that the tree replanting from our severe weather events in the north won't be impacted by this budget shift. So I just wanted to put that on record that the city officer's intention was to move forward with the $600,000 for the Urban Forest Plan, which will be represented in our budget at a reduction to some of the tree planting across the city, but those areas that were more severely impacted by our severe weather events will not be impacted by tree planting efforts.
Question, Councillor Tozer.
So with that in mind, item 3 might not be necessary because the initial proposal was to fund the Urban Forest Plan from the existing budget, and it occurs to me, based on what you've said, that that's
correct.
Your view.
Happy to remove number 3.
Remove 3. Councillor Hamill, you're right?
That's what I wanted.
Well, anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Gates?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If we could just deal with 7.1 separately, because I made a declaration at committee and the minutes of this meeting need to reflect that in relation to 7.1, Councillor D. Gates made a declarable conflict of interest declaration, the details of which are recorded in the minutes of the 855 T&I committee meeting of 6th of May 2025.
Okay. Because of that, is that 7.1? Well, I'll move councillors' declarable conflict of interest. What is it? Nature of declarable conflict of interest is Mr. Hickey. That's Tony Hickey. Is a former director of Hickey Lawyers, and during his tenure, I used the service of that law firm at all times, paying full commercial rates. Who doesn't pay full commercial rates to lawyers? Anyhow, but Tony never acted for me, right? So, anyhow, the name of related party is Tony Hickey. I have previously used Hickey Lawyers for legal advice, paying full commercial rate at all times. Representative of Gold Coast Dune is a representative of Gold Coast Dune and Beach Protection Association, and a resident in an area adjacent to potential future Ocean Way development. Councillor, I seek permission to participate in making a decision about the matter. Reason why? This is a major city project spanning the entire Gold Coast coastline, thus impacting thousands of residents directly and indirectly. Therefore, I believe the perceived conflict of interest is remote, minor in nature. It's in your hands, councillors. What do you want me to do? Move the procedural, Councillor Peter Young. Okay, procedural on the screen there. The first item. Okay.
So just the first part of the first paragraph of that, Mr. Mayor, that you may participate in the decision despite the conflict.
Okay. All right. Second, anyone? Councillor Tozer? Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Oh, I don't know. Wait. We've got it's a division sort of thing. All in favour, show of hands. Mr. CEO? Yes, please. You must.
Sorry, Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates. No, sorry, I can't see.
That's me.
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castor, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah.
It's harder to do than I thought it would be.
Against?
Get in here, Nicky.
No one's against.
Get in that seat, Nicky.
I'm getting there.
It is hard to see.
Just
There's
for
no
clarity,
vote
Mr.
against.
Mayor.
Record it. You're right there, Nikki.
Just for clarity.
Yeah. And did not vote. Taton Gates.
Just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, the motion that we voted on isn't exactly what was presented on the screen. It unexpectedly had Part B in it as well, and that was not necessary because that's an or.
Yeah.
So if we can delete that from the record.
Yeah, I thought we deleted it actually.
No, it was still there.
I know.
Yeah, that's good. We voted for A. Am I right? I'm staying. Right. Gates and Tates did not vote. Motion carried. Okay, let's deal with it then. 7.1, Councillor Taylor. Moved. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer, you want to speak on it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a discussion in relation to our Ocean Way strategy, and as we all know, it's been very successful throughout the city, but there are some areas that still have to be completed. It talks to areas where the missing links can be completed, but it also talks about the challenges where we have coastal protection improvements to be done. So it looks at options down the track that can hopefully close those missing links moving forward. So a great initiative of the city, and we'd love to see it completed in the future. So I hope you all get support of it.
Okay, against? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Patterson.
Mr. Mayor, I won't be supporting this, so I thought I should put on record why. I have consistently had concerns about the Ocean Way, and my concerns about building the practice has been that we build sacrificial assets that are east of the ocean wall. It's now proposed, and I don't.
No, I'd have to correct you there. It's not our practice to build sacrificial structure.
Okay. Well, I will disagree, and I'll disagree, and it's not only at our level, but it's also at a state government level that has been a requirement of us. I'm not supportive of this.
Okay, you can vote
I'll leave
no,
it at that then.
but I
If you
can't
don't want me to
let
go
you
any further.
make
Yep.
a comment that it's not our practice. Okay, Councillor Pidia?
Mr Mayor, I voted against this at committee and I'd like the opportunity to speak to this motion in favour.
In favour, okay, that's been against, therefore it's your turn.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, I voted against this in committee because I've always been a keen supporter of the Ocean Way. I think it's a great piece of infrastructure and very important for the city. But I really was concerned about some of the costings identified, particularly for the Currumbin section, and I can't speak to that directly, but I'm sure you're aware of them. And so I'm assured in the meantime that there's a high confidence level that will secure about 50% or up to 50% funding from the state. And on that basis, and putting my entire faith in the CEO and his negotiation abilities and yours, I'll support the motion because I think it's a great outcome.
All right, I'll go to Councillor Taylor to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this report does talk about the opportunities of actually delivering a piece of the Ocean Way where it is actually west of the A-line currently, but it also does talk to the missing links that may be exposed that's east of and what those type of infrastructures could look like moving forward. But that type of report will come back to council to consider it for, further. So again, we're talking about missing pieces of the Ocean Way along the coastline. We know that we've identified areas that are west of the A-line, which we'd love to get that those pieces delivered, but also we need to look at the challenging areas of the coastline as well. So I hope we can get support for this initiative.
Okay, I'll just highlight that, but the design won't be sacrificial. Okay, so put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, supermajority. Any other items to deal separately, councillors? All right, go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right, the special budget, councillors. Councillor Fowler, yes?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on the next agenda item, I note that the minutes were received really late this morning and I haven't yet had a time to read those. I was wondering if you would consider deferring those minutes to the Special Budget Committee on the 15th of May.
Yeah, sure. I'll consider that. Is everyone happy with that? Yeah, that will do two lots.
It's not uncommon.
No, it's okay. So you move it to be deferred to the next special budget?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. Consideration notice of motion, Neil? Oh, you have one.
Mr Mayor, I was wondering if you might be up for a 10-minute toilet break.
All right. 2 minutes. Let's make it 8 minutes, okay? 8 minutes.
I'll push, Mr.
Back in 15:15. Streaming on. How come this is not? Huh?
Discussion and then that.
Okay. Councillors, I'm going to introduce Mayoral Minute. Councillors, I move that Council adopt the revenue policy for 2025-2026 as recommended by the Special Budget Committee meeting at its meeting held on the 9th of May 2025. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the revenue policy was, I don't have the documents in front of me, I'm afraid, was just a series of decisions about how we raise money through rates and charges and so forth. Is that it alone?
Okay. So, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, the Local Government Act requires that, as in preparation of the budget, you have to sign off on a revenue policy. It also states that there has to be reasonable time between the revenue policy being approved and the budget being approved, which is why, under normal circumstances, we could defer and it says council has to do it, not a committee of council. Full council has to do it.
Okay.
The revenue policy was put in the budget committee. From the best of my recollection, it was universally approved. And we're just for belts and braces, so we don't get into trouble, we're just going to do it now, so that there is reasonable time between it being set and the budget being set in 4 weeks' time when we adopt the budget.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my recollection was that we had dealt with this at committee, and so I was wondering why this was being pulled out. The explanation makes it all clear. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've just pulled up the minutes that I'm yet to read fully, but it was number 2 that said that Council endorsed the revenue policy for 25-26, attachment 1, and that was carried. Okay.
Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Consideration notice of motion, Neil. Question or notice. You want to read it, did you? Okay, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the CEO please confirm that an upgrade to the intersection of Rabina Parkway and Labour Drive and connecting exit 82 upgrade remains a key priority for the city, and what progress has been made over the last 12 months? Thank you.
Okay, taken on the notice. Presentation of petition 14.1, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the petition raising concern regarding the trees in Crystal Reef River Reserve be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second, Councillor Taylor. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. General business, it's done. We've had the cement. Other business, councillors, 16.1, CEO.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, this is simply a procedural matter. Councillors will be aware that you've set up Invest Gold Coast as Invest Gold Coast has replaced a department inside the organisational structure. The Local Government Act requires that this group approve the high-level organisational structure. So we just need to remove Invest Gold Coast from the org structure now that it's been set up over there, and it cleans up that process.
I move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Lacastra. Anyone speak against? Question, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the CEO, I just thought it would be a relevant time to ask a question regarding Invest Gold Coast. It's my understanding that it was in September to December 2023 that we identified we needed clear investment guidelines and risk measures. We were assured that would come with the establishment of InvestGC in June, July. We were then assured it would come in September of 2024. We're now in May 2025. We still don't have it. I was just wondering when we could expect that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take that question on notice. This doesn't refer to the operations of Invest Gold Coast. This is a paper that relates to organisational structure within inside the city.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against, carry, unanimous. 16.2, strategy for significant third-party delivery events. Mr. CEO?
Yes, we've just got some officers on their way.
All right. No. Any questions? Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question for you is just there's a budget allocation in here of this capital sum non-recurrent, and I was thinking to understand why that can't be developed within the organisation, given that these event locations are, as indicated in the report, quite frequently used, and why do we need to spend money on outside advice for what should be a report produced in-house?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is new work, and it's work that hadn't been foreshadowed, and that's why the budget allocation is required.
Councillor Doran?
Appreciate it's a new work as a result of Councillor Taylor's general business item. I guess the question, Mr. Mayor, through you to the CEO, was the officers who deal with these traffic management plans on events have been doing it for some time. Can't they already produce what they already know in a document?
Well, the answer is no. That's why he's brought it forward.
Sorry?
The answer is no. That's why he's asking for the money.
We could afford it.
All right. Anyone else? No. Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a query on this major events work. Recently, we had some major events in Burleigh Hill, which were fantastic. WSL, the board riders, but wet weather has played a bit of an impact in managing grass, and I just wonder whether some of those strategies with our major events around protection and best practice around mitigating rain and weather in our park space would be incorporated.
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay, I move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Flower. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Procedural motion, councillors, that we deal with 16.4 ahead of 16.3. So I can let the CEO and all the staff go when we deal with 16.3. Okay, procedure motion, I move that. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 16.4, Mr. CEO. I move into close. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Commercial and confidence. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Right. Coming on, Councillor, I move the recommendation. Any seconder? Councillor Tozer. This will progress this project to the state government and their contribution of the land, and this will be able to get Invest Gold Coast to actually move to the next stage to involve private-public partnership, and once we get all of that, it will come back to council for our decision. It doesn't mean that Invest gets it. They are there to advise us, and we've set up a very astute Invest Gold Coast board there, and the purpose of that investment, Invest Gold Coast, is actually to look at major project like this, and it's a good one for them to get their head right around it. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Tozer, you want to say any more?
Only to say, Mr. Mayor, that the surveys are really encouraging, and I appreciate that's been an understated thing in the conversation we've had. The surveys that we took to the community about whether they'd like to see an arena in Southport was really, strongly supported, and those figures show that the majority of people on the Gold Coast are pretty excited about this project, notwithstanding some residents who are concerned about the use of Kerry Park. And I know that every council in this room will take those concerns seriously as we consider the options put before us, and we'll do our best to come up with the best possible outcome in line with the majority of the community who seem to want this to go ahead.
Okay, I'll take that as a closing debate. And division's call, put the motion to you, councillors. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Doran.
Okay. It's abstain, is it, or what is it? One abstain. Councillor Peter Young. Carry supermajority. You're right to hang around on it.
We usually ask the officers to.
Could you ask the officers to leave?
Okay, can I have all non-essential officers step out, please? You are definitely essential. After me calling the last one. Stay. Yes.
All right, councillors, we're at 16.3 Gold Coast Australia of the Year Awards.
It's obviously on the grey.
Huh?
It's obviously closed.
Okay, we move into close. Second to Councillor Doran. What's the reason?
What reason do we use for this one?
Private.
Yeah, it's on the board actually.
Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. will be in attachment 2. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Is that it?
We're done.
Okay, councillors, this is optional. If you want to hang back, there's a couple of things CEO wants to mention it. If you don't want to, that's fine. The meeting's closed at 15:53.
Well, Chair.
If you can